I was gonna go film in front of the whiteboard, but I brought the whiteboard with me. Hello, welcome to the vlog that I'm calling We Question versus Sanity. Welcome to in the month of September. It is September 1st at like 12:28. It's almost exactly 12:30. Where I'm gonna read 30 books in 30 days. Yeah, I don't understand what's wrong with me either. Doctors have been trying to figure out for years. No, I saw Chloe Reed's books doing this as like a side project thing, right? And I was like, what about I do that but a whole vlog? And then this is what happens. I watch booktubers and then I get ideas and then I go and throw all my plans in the trash and then do new things. I would also like to know, during the whole time of this, I just got over like a cold. My dog is also ill. Life's hell. I don't know what's happening anymore. So this is gonna be chaotic. This is gonna be a fun time. I don't know if I'm gonna update you at the end of every day or once I finish a book. I'll talk about today's book in a hot minute, but first we gotta talk about plants, which is why we need the whiteboard. I thought it was upside down for a second there. I did start multiple new series this past month, so series number is higher. I would like that to be lower. I wouldn't mind reading both the classics that's on this list. One of these is very long. So maybe nonfiction. I did read 3, I believe, 2 or 3 in the month of August. So I'm making progress. I only need 9 more. So that's something to work on. I have one of the buzzword / cover ones. There's like one book that can be used for both. And that will finish that one basically, the cover version, because there's one on this list that I plan to use for it. That's planned for another vlog. So I could get close to those, but those I'm not that worried about. The main issue, other than my... Oh, also I'm behind on my arcs. I need to read those. And I'm also behind on my book club. The book club I read. I also need to read those. But also, my 25 and 25, I've only read 7. So, when I'm not reading, trying to catch up to my library card, which a lot of them right now are the ones on this list, I will be working on this list. There are, I believe, 3 of these that I will not be doing in this vlog, because they're in other things, which is Only Revolutions. It's gonna get its own designated vlog. Clash of Kings, Game of Thrones series is getting its own vlog. And then Book Lovers, which is one of the book cover, Buzzword cover ones, is the last book for another vlog. Okay, the rest of these are free reign. A lot of them have long wait lists on Libby, and so I'm just waiting for them. Like this one, I ended up having to buy. This one, I got on Kindle Unlimited. I have this one, and this one, and this one from the library. And then I own a good chunk of the rest. I own a lot of them. This is what we're gonna be focusing our energy on. This is what we focus our energy on when the library card lets us. Which is an important statement to state. But also I need to work on my arcs. But I also need to work on my book club. Because I'm me. Hello? To give you an idea, I think I have like 13 books out from the library right now. And one of them is due today at 10 p.m. That's the one we're gonna read today. That is the next book in the Wayward Children series, I think. Okay, how does time work? Is it the 5th one? Is it the 6th one? It's the one with grass in the cover and title. I remember this. Grasslands. I think there's unicorns and minotaurs. Or not minotaurs, centaurs. In this one, I don't know. They're like 170 pages each, right? Fantasy and queer. So, a good one to start with, especially since I'm in my fantasy sci-fi era. But also, it's a good one because it's short. And I do have like a bunch of really short books I want to read during this, but also a lot of much longer ones. It's gonna be evened out, okay? That's another thing. I'm behind on my very much behind on my pages goal. I'm ahead on my books goal. This is not for that. It's for my pages goal. My pages goal is so behind. By like 5K. So like, yeah, there's gonna be some like that are like the Amazon original stories from like a bunch of authors. They just released a bunch of new ones for spooky season, right, as well. So I want to read both those series, finish both of them. But like, also, there's some like 500 plus page books that I want to read. One of them, very long. Very excited to finally pick it up. Like, right? Who am I? The Wayward Children series, are like 170 pages each, right? But they do take a lot out of me to read. Like, even the last one, which was my favorite one since the first one, which I was actually seriously contemplating DNFing the series because I was like very mid for like 3 of them in a row. So this may be the 7th one, actually. I don't know. I think there's like 11th one planned to come out next year. So by the time that one comes out, I should be caught up. But yeah, no, that's today's plan. I need to read that by 10 p.m. That whole book. It shouldn't be too hard. The issue is that on top of it being the first day of a month, it is also a Monday. So all my end of the week posts end of the week posts, but also end of the month posts all have to go up today. So I'm stressed doing all that first, and then we'll read. And we'll make progress in a series. So one of my goals. And also, catch up to my goddamn library card. That thing is the bane of my existence. I don't know. It's like the me who puts... I see memes about people who are like, the me who buys books is different than the me who reads books, right? Which I'm not much of a book buyer. I'm very much of a library person. If I had more money, yes, I would be, okay? So now what has happened is that, the me who borrows books, or puts books on hold on Libby is the different me than who reads, because then I go and try to mood read and have a good time. It's gonna be a real struggle not to reread the same book for a second time this year. But I gotta, my brain goes, but what if I read this book again? And then my library card is like, but here's 6 books that are due in the next 2 days. That's my life. And so we gotta stay on top of that, but also we gotta catch up on a bunch of things. A girl's behind on a lot of things, and none of them are the amount of books total. But we'll do it. We're gonna be here and we're gonna do it. Let's see how many of these days I have migraines, honestly. I have a baby one right now. We're not talking about it. Oh, hi. It's me the next day with a very loud computer because she doesn't know how to stop streaming. I forgot to put in my earrings. You get to see that live. I did read, if you can't tell from the graphic, because I decided to make a graphic today, like 5 minutes ago, for my stream. I love how they were like, I was asking people and they were like, do the green one, right? And then the first book I read is a very green cover, and also accidentally fits prompt for another book club I'm in for the monthly challenge, right? For a prompt for that. So we love that. That's so funny. But yes, I made a graphic, and if I'm already updating it every time I finish a book for a stream, I might as well update it and use it for you as well. 2 things at once. If I'm already doing it and downloading it, might as well use it twice, right? Anyways, I read Across the Green Grass Field. I believe that is the actual title. Let's fucking go. I finished it 14 minutes before it was due. And the only reason I managed to do that is because of the audiobook. Yes. This is the first one that I dual read. I think. I'm like 98% sure. There's a chance I dual read the first one when I reread it, but I don't think so. Because, and hear me out, that's normally not my thing with books this short, and also fantasy books. But here's the thing. It was fine. It's just, I wasn't a horse girl. I have ridden a horse because I live in Illinois farmland, right? But I was dinosaur girl who grew up into dragon girl, Mine's a little bit of when I was in my goth phase. To fit in with all the other goths, I had a wolf phase in there, but that was fake. That was fake. It was all dragons and dinosaurs, okay? Hence why I loved Game of Thrones at like 16. Shush. So I don't know if this was for me. Just because it is horses. Everything in this land, right, through this portal is very, everything's horse. Or some kind of horse. There's like mystical types of horses. Like we already talked about centaurs and unicorns, but there's also like kelpies and other things. So yeah, basically, if you don't know, We Were Children is a series of portal fantasies where there's different worlds where children get taken, and sometimes they come back. There's a magical school kind of where after they come back and their whole life is different because they've been to a magical world and come back and nobody believes them, right? They can go there to like re-enter society, basically relearn humanity, but also how to handle everything, and also the possibility that you may be going back, all this stuff. This is set up like a new starting point. None of the old characters in this. There was a brief moment in time, because I know there is one trans character in the initial first 5, in a few of them. And so I thought the main character, I can't remember her name, Wiley, something like that. Reagan. I thought Reagan was maybe him, right? With the first part being very about gender and presenting woman and presenting female and girlhood and whatnot. So I was like, maybe, because that's like the whole thing about him, is that he went to a very feminine world. And then as soon as he was all like, I don't know if I'm a girl though, they yeeted him out of there and he will never be able to go back because of that, right? And so where's my book about him, honestly? But that was not this. Everything about the gender aspect was because, and I would like to know, I am not a part of this community, so I kind of no say in how the representation was done, but she is intersex. She has, is it X chromosomes? I used to know this so well. Where she has male chromosomes, but she is female biologically. So it's like this whole thing. The main issue for her is that she won't go through puberty without hormonal therapy and whatnot. And so it's a lot of her having to deal with that as like a 13, 14-year-old girl, maybe younger, when everybody is starting to go through puberty, and she's all like, won't be going through that, and I'm gonna be bullied so much, and this is not what womanhood is supposed to be, and all this stuff, right? And then she tells her best friend, who then says a lot of transphobic shit, and then so she runs away crying and goes into the woods, and then she already likes horses. Whoops, daisy, she's in a magical land of horses, where every once in a while a human comes through, and that usually means they're gonna be a very important hero, all this stuff. And a bunch of stuff happens, blah, blah, blah. And the moral of the story, the moral of this one is propaganda and politics. And also, when you consider another group, another race, you might say, as inhumane because they are different than you, right? Like, a good example of this is the kelpies and other more beastly considered horses in this land. A lot of them don't have arms and are considered monsters because, like, I don't know. And so the centaurs consider them beasts who are monsters and will hunt them down if you get too close. And they're like, yeah, I could eat you, but also like, I'm gonna help you out, like, and they're just nice in general, and whatnot. And so there's like the perceived of politics, like that's a whole aspect of this, and it's very heavy-handed, especially the last like 50 pages in that. And it was fine. Like, I've read The Hunger Games, so like it's whatever. That being said, I do think this one, like, a lot of them are labeled as YA, and I don't think this one is on Storygraph, which is so funny because this is the one where, like, most of them I would not give to my like 16-year-old like maybe 16 years old. But like before that, no. This one I would give to like my 14-year-old, right? Like this is actually why so there's that aspect. So start them with this and then go to Hunger Games, right? Right? But also, where was I going with that? Oh, but also like that aspect, but also if it was dragons and horses, if it was like different types of dragons, like there's wyverns and blah 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 and blah blah, I would totally have eaten it up. So I think it's just I'm not the audience for it. If I was like 10 years younger and it was dragons instead, I would have had a great fucking time. So I recognize I'm not the audience. 3 stars. I'm moving on. I talked way too long about this book. This is why this video is going to be like 3 hours long, and I don't want it to be. Poor editing me. Next one is the one that is due tomorrow at 9 p.m. for me. Day 3. Which is great, but also it is a book club book from August. It's the August one. So Two Birds, One Stone. The audiobook I did check is available on Libby, so if I do feel like it's too slow for me, I can do that. Because I would also like to know, I am also, it's not counting for this, but I'm also doing a beta read right now for somebody. So that's just happening in the background, for the first few days of this, okay? But yeah, I'm gonna pick that up. I don't know anything. I know it's a historical romance, and he's Scottish. And sometimes I see edits of Outlander and the raw does enter my brain and I go, do I watch it? Do I try to watch it again? Do I? Do I try to watch? I should not. I know this. But every once in a while I contemplate it. And so, maybe this will fill that void. Also, I'm expecting comedy. With a title like that, the whole series is titles like that, and that's why it's been on my TBR forever. And, it better be fucking funny with that. Anyways, I'm gonna go pick that up when I get a moment, and we're gonna have a fun time. Oh, now my water bottle on the way. I don't know how long we have for this update, so I'm gonna do it fast. And if I have to pause halfway through, that's not my fault. It is now the 3rd day. I feel like because I brought up page amount, I should talk about how much I have to read each day. And I have done the math, and the amount of pages I have to read each day just to stay even where I am is 184. Maybe like, why is it 67,500? The answer is because Fable told me to do that. That's what Fable's recommended AI whatever said to do. And I didn't take into account that they think every book I'm reading is with my eyeballs, not an audiobook, because it's harder to, like, you don't really switch versions, right? And so, like, I've already had to up my audiobook hour goal, like, multiple times, because I keep on almost reaching it. So, that's the issue. I could lower it back down to 50, but we'll see for now. Yesterday, because of the Sean McGuire, I did meet it. I didn't meet it yesterday because I was busy reading the beta read that doesn't count for this. Also, but I did reach, like, a quarter of the way through It's Getting Scott in Here. Is that the name of the first one in the series? I think so. Which is also, okay, hear me out. It lowers my TBR because I have the whole entire series on my TBR. And it is catching up on the book club because that was the one for last month. But it's starting a new series. The way I'm listening to here, if I have to pause. So, whoops. That being said, I only read like 94 pages today. I read the rest of it today. I read like 300 pages today already. Just to finish it. Hear me out. I did immediately pull up the audiobook, like, after the prologue. I was like, okay. For a book that has a lot of microaggressions against Scottish people, especially Scottish men, right? And then abandonment is the main tropes. I was having a good time. So Amelia Rose, preferred name Amy, is basically keeps up being sold off by her parents because her father's like the third in line to some title, so they want her to have a title so that her mother could be like, I'm the mother of somebody with a title, so people can bow down to her, basically, essentially. And so she teams up with Niall, the youngest of the McTaggart brothers, mother to marry their siblings because he's currently Viscount and will become a Duke when his father dies. There was a thing, their mother is like English, her father Scottish. They married, her money is keeping the land and whatnot alive, and therefore all the people who live there, like all the families that live on the land and whatnot. But the family money stays with her. That like was a thing that her father did for her. We love that. So she's all like, hey, when she gave birth to a girl, she like went off back to England, back to London, and she went, hey, you can use my money, but if my sons don't marry English lasses, English ladies, and one of them of my choosing, right, before our daughter marries, and she just got engaged at the time of this book, then you lose my money. And so their father is dying, and they have to leave Scotland to go to London and deal with London high society to find wives. And the one that has chosen for Cole, who is the oldest, is, I already talked about this, Amy. But he's, listen, he's kind of the worst in this one. He does get better near the end. Here's the thing. Seriously, phone. I was wondering how the order happens because the first one is the youngest. He's the third one. He's the last one. So I'm assuming there's gonna be growth in that period. Also, both groups had misconceptions. All the English ladies and English people expect them to be like barbarians and idiots and all this stuff, and they all expect English ladies to be simpletons who faint at anything and all this stuff. Not Amy. Amy has a sharp tongue and she holds it back most of the time. Cole tends to bring it out in her, and Niall likes that. So it's a lot of him trying to keep up appearances for his brother because he's the one that also has to marry the one of their mother's choosing, right? So they can have their money. And so he's trying to keep up appearances, but also he's kind of falling for her, and she's falling for him. And then about halfway through, Cole breaks up the engagement because she's like, bitch, what the fuck about him like saying that he's gonna take away her children to Scotland and leave her behind in London. Anyways, her mother doesn't care, but his mother does care. She's pissed. Even though she did do that. She did 100% do that. And there's not, I'm supposed to look at her positively. Like, she does do better at the end, but I'm supposed to be like, okay, it's okay now that she abandoned her literal, like, Niall was like, I think 7 when she left. Her 3 young children to go off and never talk to them again until, like, she can literally physically force them to be in her presence because she's literally holding them at a knife's edge, essentially. She's not the best because of that, and I'm supposed to look positive because at the end. Anyways, there's a lot of banter because of this. Because the setup, there's banter about halfway through, that break-off happens, and then Niall and her continue to flirt, and then more things. And they have feelings for each other, and they run off and get married, and he's happily ever after. And so he chose a partner of his mother's choosing. We love that. That does meet one of the requirements. The next one is Abel, who I think is Abel, who's the middle brother. I don't know much about him. He is very much the, Benedict. He's very Benedict coded, from Bridgerton, in which he's like the middle sibling, middle brother, so he's just like there, and we don't know much until his book type thing. He seems like the type of one. Niall's the one who fixes everybody's problems. Cole's the hot-headed one who goes in bullheaded first. Niall's the one that like usually cleans up the messes afterwards, and Abel seems like the type to just like when Cole is literally in a fighting den on the floor to pick him back up, right? So apparently his one is their sister, right, is engaged, right? His sister, I think, yeah, his sister, so the soon-to-be brother-in-law's sister is being blackmailed and forced to marry another guy. And so she goes to Abel and she's like, hey, can you like help me out? And he's like, yeah, I'll teach you how to solve this issue yourself. But also, you're really pretty. So I'm kind of excited. did I say I rated it 4 stars, by the way. I had a good time. The banter was really there. The audiobook, I don't know if the author is Scottish at all. The audiobook narrator, I'm willing to bet, based on the last name and her accent, she did too good of a Scottish accent, in my opinion, for her not to be at least a little bit. Like, come on. This audiobook was preferred way of reading. I was reading along. I was actively reading along, which sometimes when I do audiobooks that doesn't happen as much. This one I was actively reading along, having a good time. 4 stars. Their whole entire relationship on her side was the fact that he listened to her thoughts and opinions and what she wanted and asked her what she wanted before doing something, which is the opposite of what her parents would do. And so she was like, boo. And like, mood girl. And he liked her because she was willing to speak her mind. Like, she was like the pretty, blonde, skinny, tiny woman, but also like she liked riding horses. And if you're rude to her, like apparently one guy, when he proposed to her, compared her to milk, she'll be like, bitch, what the fuck you talking about? Shut the fuck up. But in like old time England-y way. And I love that for them. Next thing. It is 756 pages. I believe 767. I was right and wrong. Technically my copy is this whole thing. This is 1 and 2. 1 and 2. This is all, let me count. The index is in here somewhere. 21 books in La Morte de Arthur. I have the whole thing in leather-bound. I say this is 767 pages, but I would like to be noted. I know this because it's the same publisher for my Jane Austen collection, in which when I do those, I won't have to do it for this one, but when I do it for those ones, every page counts for 2. Because the size of the pages are extra large, but also the font is size 2. The font is size 2. So, you know, it's fine. I just realized this on the back. I only got this for 25 bucks. Damn, I got this for a deal, I think. Anyways, I'm gonna go read this. I'm gonna go read the introduction first, and then I'll start it. I want to read book 1, which I think ends on page 40. So that's 51 pages, because the intro is 11 pages. Before that, anyways, yeah, no, this is what I want to do. This is like, there's also artwork on the inside. This is like, there's not more artwork on this inside. I was just gonna show you. This is the thing that I'm gonna like be slowly reading before, like, throughout the whole entire month type thing. Like, that's why I'm starting it out, because the earlier the better, right? Not Sir Gareth already. Like, we got this going on. Like, we got some art. Anyways, apparently it starts. Listen, I remember having a book of childhood tales version of this growing up. It starts all the way back in Uther, meeting his Arthur's mother. So, fun times. I think that's book 1 actually. So I'm gonna do that slowly. Just know that's happening in the background as this whole thing happening. Hello, hi, welcome to the vlog with the person with the loudest computer in the universe. I read the next book. It's the day 4, finished book 3, which is A Tale of Beauty and the Beast. Also finished the Crime Scene Completer, and by that I mean I got all the achievements. Did that. That was like the first 2 hours, about 2/3 of the book. Okay, so this universe, this is like a extended universe of a previous series that I have already finished. And there's a 3rd series after this one. This is the one that has some of the like fairy tales you may actually know. Like some of them are like Princess and Pea, right? Is the first one, the first series. This is Beauty and the Beast, clearly. This one seems to be like flip-flopping between possibly lesser known and actual known, because this one has Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, and Snow White, even though Snow White was the novella in the last series. I think I brought that up yesterday. So this one, there was in the previous one, there was a tourney to whoever would have to marry the Beast, right? Right? And the main characters in these 2 books are twins who can communicate telepathically because their fairy godmother's given that power, right? And so the one in this one, she won. She personally won because her sister was planning to win to make sure that her sister wouldn't have to marry the Beast, but she realized her sister had found true love, so she was like, no, you're gonna do that. I'm gonna purposely win, and you're gonna do that. And she does that, and then she goes off to the Beast and leaves her sister behind, and that is how that one ends and this one starts. And this one, it's just the plot of the fucking movie, guys. It's the plot put in this universe essentially for like until like the last like 10%. Okay, it's very predictable. That being said, I had a great time. Here's the thing. The issue I have a lot of the Beauty and the Beast retellings is a lot of people just slap that label on their books. A lot of the time they're just like a big man. And sometimes she doesn't even read Looking at You, A Court of Thorns and Roses. This had like straight up, there's like the snowball fight, there's a Bella, there's the rose garden, there's the giving her a rose, there's the ball, the actual ball, in which she gets a golden dress. The servants, she can't see, like they're not clocks and whatnot, but she can't see them. That's like one of the few differences. He's an actual beast, turned into a beast by a godmother because of his father's murder of like hundreds of people and children. Listen, if I went into a rant about how fairy godmothers work in this universe, I would never get over it. They're not fairy godmothers. They're Rumpelstiltskin from Once Upon a Time. Every single one of them. You cannot prove me wrong, which is funny because there is a one where she is the daughter of Rumpelstiltskin, and that is my favorite one from the previous series. That kind of funny. Anyways, and then what else? There's like him going out and saving her from the there's also the library, and then there's him going out and saving her from the wolves, and then her bringing him back inside and nursing him to health and reading to him when he's sick, and then he's all like, oh, here's like the library for you, purposely set up for her and stuff like it's beat for beat the same in that way, and it's so funny. That being said, I had a great fucking time. I don't know what to say about this. This originally was the series that I love to hate, right? Like the books weren't good, but I was having a good time, and slowly over time, especially in this series, it's become no, they're actually kind of good now, and I'm having a fun time, and it's a good experience, and I'm just liking my books. Okay, I'm liking my tame romances. They're not like smutty. They're like they didn't kiss until like 80% in, and he was like literally dying, right? So yeah, that's my review. 4 stars. That's what I rated the first one in the series as well, because those are the good ones. Hear me out. I think my favorite of the first series, I rated 3.5, if that gives you any idea. And so yeah, the next one is retelling the Snow Queen, and follows a friend of theirs. I don't know what's happening with that. Also, I was like, the Beast does kill a man. It's just breezed past real fast. Iconic. Anyways, that's this book. It's done. I'm gonna go do other reading I have to do. Hello, hi, ignore my hair. It's past 11:30 p.m. Also ignore if you can hear my sister. She's watching sports ball with her boyfriend, and yes, they're a little annoying, and we're fucking ignoring it. I spent not now. I need to rant about a book. Or what's it? Friday and yesterday, Saturday. I essentially took the day off. Thursday I did start another book that I'm currently reading. I'm not gonna talk about it now. I'll talk about it when I finish it. But it's my go-to when I'm laying in bed and I can't sleep reading book, because it's just like a nice comfort sapphic romance that is just easy breezy, beautiful cover girl, and it's just nice. Okay, and it's short, so it's like that as well. And I'm having a good time with that one. Wish I had read that one. So much more than the one I just finished, which you can see the graphics. I made the graphic pop up. It was Onyx Storm. I did read a little bit of it both Friday and Saturday yesterday. It is the 7th now, and this is my 4th book. In my defense, this one's just short of 800 pages. So that has been my life for essentially 3 days, is just struggling mentally and physically. We're not talking about it. I was actually ill yesterday. Like, I have at least one migraine a week, okay? And I was expecting it all week. So when I hit yesterday, it wasn't that big of a surprise, but it was one of those ones that makes you nauseous, but it was like worse than it's ever been. And I, like, whenever I stood up, I thought it was just gonna be projectile like out of me, and I was like very scared. You know, when you feel like you're gonna be sick, so you start having anxiety, which makes the nausea worse, or is that just me? Anyways, I ended up getting better throughout the day, and by like 4-ish yesterday, I was better enough to read more of Onyx Storm, and I got about a third way through. And let me tell you, every time I went to pick it up today, because I was like, I gotta finish this book fucking today. I feel okay. I was slightly dizzy throughout the day, but I was like, I gotta finish this fucking book today. And every time I went to pick it up, I was like, but what if I DNF it? And I'm questioning that. Listen, I went through with it, knowing that the ending, listen, no matter what, like, I still wasn't the biggest fan of Iron Flame, but even then, the ending still hit. Also, I was talking to people on Twitch about it, and they told me to up the audiobook speed, and I was already switching between 4 and 4.5 times speed as I was reading along on my Kindle. Okay, and I do this on a I watch YouTube at 3 times speed, so 4 times speed is what like normal people experience at like 1.5 to 2 times speed. Okay, it's fine. And I went all the way up as far as my thing will let me, which is 5 times. I went as far as I could to read this goddamn book that won't remove itself from my Kindle. Also, I'll let you know, it returned itself to the library like 3 days ago. I just had my Kindle on airplane mode this whole time. So now I'm downloading a bunch of books I got from, is it Kindle Unlimited, from Kindle Unlimited, because there's one I heard good things about, and another one that I was planning to read anyways, that I didn't know the ebook was available on Kindle Unlimited. I already have the audiobook from Libby, so it just made sense for me to download that, right? Anyways, good news is one up my page now. I got like 150, 160 pages both those days that I was sick. Today I got like 458. I can tell you the exact number actually. Let me look at it. 482 to finish it. So yeah, let's go. Page down. Onyx Storm, leave my goddamn Kindle. You know when you return your book on Libby and then it just sits on your Kindle for weeks because it just won't delete itself even though you tell it like 20 times to remove itself from your, there we go, finally. Oh my god, that whole time I was waiting for that to happen. Actually, I should open up the next book that is due soon. I thought I was shorter than it is, and I'm scared because I do need to read that this month as well. Anyways, Onyx Storm, I was not having a good time. I was bored. Listen, the whole time I was reading it, I was bored out of my fucking mind. If you pointed a weapon at me and told me, you have to tell me 3 things that are not just like they had sex a few times that happened in this book, or else the world ends. I hate to inform you, the world's ended. I don't, like, things were happening, but none of it was like sticking. Right? It's like she just threw a bunch of stuff at the wall and none of it stuck. I was just like, okay, it reminded me when I read Cassandra Clare books. And when like things would be happening and I'd just be there like, okay, so like an angel just showed up? I think? Like, that's what the reading experience was like. And that's not only because when I was reading it, I was playing Farming Simulator 2019, which is what I would play when I was reading the City of, I want to say Brass, but that's not right. City of Bones, that series. Moral Instruments, the first series. Yeah, as I was reading that series, that's the game I would play, as the audiobook played. Why does it auto on my Kindle at the bottom of the page? Goddamn. Okay, open up this book. So, you know, anyways, it was giving me a little bit of that. And I did not have a good time. Not even the ending had as much this time. Hear me out. The ending of the first one, Fourth Wing, hit more. And I had been spoiled for it multiple times, if that tells you anything. I did not like this book. Can you tell? I didn't like it. I'm plugging my Kindle because it's dying. Because all I've done for like hours a day just try to finish this goddamn book that's so long. Why is it so long? Anyways, I didn't like it. But also, I'm not fully blaming Rebecca for this, okay? Because here's the thing. I was checking this earlier. Iron Flame and Fourth Wing came out both in 2023, right? And I have to assume for that to have happened, Iron Flame was already written and it was just going through its last round of edits, right? At the time. And it was initially being planned to be released mid 2024, and then they pushed it early, and then they forced her, I'm guessing, to try to make this one come out sooner. The issue is that it keeps on increasing by like 100 pages per book. So while the first one's like 550 pages, this one's 758. By the time the series is done, we're gonna be just short of 1,000 pages. Okay? Per book, for the last book. Like, I fear. And so she was like, it gives like she had so much pressure to get this book out as soon as possible that it wasn't able to be its full potential. That's what it's giving. That's what it's giving. Also, I would like to be noted, I don't fully understand what's happening in this world anymore. I don't, and that's fine. That's fine. Oh, it's gonna be fun cutting out my sneezing. God, the allergies right now. Anyways, the allergies don't want me to talk about this book for 20 minutes because then I'm gonna have to edit it down, and that's gonna be fucking annoying. So I'm gonna end off with what I just said about me not knowing like what's happening in the universe in general. Like, oh, what's all this stuff with the wards? I don't understand any of the ward stuff, and the political stuff makes no sense in my brain. Also, why is every adult and half of these like late teens, early 20-year-olds all assholes for no reason? Like, it makes kind of no sense. I actually think the only explanation I can think of is there was another group of dragons met, and they're like the peaceful ones, right? And they don't like the main dragons we know because they're so violent. And it's like this whole thing of like, did the dragons make the humans more violent, or are the like because of the bonds, or are they a good match because the humans were already violent type thing? But I had to come up with that theory. The book didn't give me any of this. That's just a thing I gave on my own, and I like that, right? Right? Here's the thing. Rebecca Yarros, because people, for some fucking reason, thought there was going to be another one coming out this year. I don't know why. I don't know why they thought that. Maybe because 2 came out in 2023. But it's very clear they rushed the release of the second one to make it come out because the first one got very popular. And so they're like, let's speed up production, right? Speed up the last round of edits. And so people are angry. And she has put her down her foot and she's like, no, I'm gonna take as long as I need to write this goddamn book. And I say yes to that. Like, why do people want a chronically ill woman to have to force herself to write 800 plus page book in a very limited amount of time? Please let her just have the time it takes her to write the book. I don't care if it takes 2 years for us to get the next volume. I do not care, or more, as long as it is actually good book to read. I'd much rather have to wait longer and it'd be a better book, right? Because that's what happened with Legendborn, with the third one, where it was pushed back a little bit so that they could make it so there was another one, so she went in and had to reorganize things so it would flow better, because it would make more sense to have more books in the series, right? A fourth one. Just do that. I don't care. Just give me good literature, please, that I enjoy reading. Anyways, I didn't like it. 2.5 stars. I'm moving on with my life. I got so many other books I gotta read. I think so far this month, the book reading, leading is the dumb YA romantasy series that I used to read as a joke. I hate this for myself. Why? Can I pick a good book for once? Ugh. Now, why is it whenever I go to record is when my computer goes, hello, hi, it is the 10th and we just finished the 5th book, woo, 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 it's so much fun. I say that, I do have plans, because I have all those Amazon originals by, like, the multiple authors thing, of the romances that the holiday romances that came out end of last year, but there's also the new ones that came out for fall of this year that have like Katie Robert in them. So that's like, I think I have like 3 at least, maybe 4 left of the first one, and then there's like the 6 of the second one, and those are like a bunch of like 60 to 100 page books that I could read like all of them in one day type thing. So it's fine. It's fine. I'm low-key saving them for a day when I don't feel good. I also do have one manga. Also another thing, I am reading 1 book of this a day, which, you know, could mean anything from 20 pages to 100 apparently. But that means I'm on book 3 now, because I decided to start doing this the day before yesterday. I haven't read today's yet. But there are 21 books in here, so that will give me right up until the end. So this will be one of the last books I talk about, but wild. I mean, I knew, but still, reading it and knowing is different things. Right? Also, if you hear my sister sanding, ignore that. I assume you can hear the computer more than my sister sanding, but she is repairing some doors in the basement, and she has like 8 days, I think, until she goes and goes back to her boyfriend's and visits him and does a bunch of stuff. And then we're gonna be on our own, and there's gonna be so many 24-hour streams, nobody will stop us. But because of that, she's on a time crunch and she needs to get that done, and I need to get this done, so we're doing it at the same time. Anyways, the book that I just finished, which you can see the graphic, is Death of the Author. I did have to return my loan of An Education in Malice in order to finish this, because even with the audiobook, it's like dense, and I don't say that as like it's a bad thing. Like, I enjoyed my reading experience. I'm gonna give you a tier rating or hierarchy of where I am for, because now this is my third in this year, 4th Nidi Okafor. I literally just heard it in the audiobook and I still feel like I butchered it, but this is my 3rd of the year, 4th total, so like I'll give you the hierarchy in my brain where my personal experience in reading them is. So even with reading along with the audiobook, it was dense. Like, even doing that, like, normally I'd be able to read like the 70% yesterday that I had left, but I still had like 40%, 30 or 40% when I woke up this morning. And that's the first thing I did. I woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning in order to read it before the ebook was returned to my library. Like, and because of that, I didn't have enough time to read Education Mouse, because I would have had to read that whole thing today, and I didn't have my barely get my hands on the audiobook of that one. So instead I decided to return that one, which I'm kind of sad about, and put a hold on. And then the next one to the library is another literary, but shorter. I haven't tried to get the audiobook. I may be able to, I don't know. But it's shorter, so I think I can read that one in one day. But I'm gonna sandwich it between, like, I'm gonna read something else in between. 2 intense sci-fi-ish literaries in a row would break my brain, I fear. So the cozy, I can't think of words, what is it? The cozy sapphic romance I'm reading right now, that's just easy and fun and breezy and really short. I think I'll just finish that. That'll take me like an hour later on today. I think I'm just going to finish that in between them, and then I'll read that other literary tomorrow. But none of that matters. We are here to talk about Death of the Author. I don't know how I keep on getting all these books that came out this year so fast, but I do. I say that this one came out in January, but I didn't hear about it until March. And that's how long I've had the hold. So, you know, for those who do not know, the books by her I have read is obviously Death of the Author, Binti, and the sequel Home. I haven't read the 3rd one yet. The whole keeps on coming in. I don't have time to read it right now, because it's a little bit longer than Home, and Home was a good chunk longer than Binti. But I read the first 2 in the Binti trilogy, and Remote Control, like years and years and years ago, right? And so my my personal enjoyment and thoughts go, in first place, the first Binti. Binti, top tier. I honestly I think I rated it 4. I may up to 4.5. It was really good. Okay. It was really good. And then Death of the Author. Especially with that last chapter. That last chapter just had me going, oh, okay. Honestly, because that last chapter, I don't know if what happened in the whole entire book happened. I don't know. And I will talk about it in a minute. But I had a great time reading it. Even with the fact that it's really dense. And nearly 500 pages. Okay, sorry, we're back. Wait, sorry to get a snack. I need to hurry this up so I can get some other things done for her. As you showing off this sunflower back, I just really like this one cookie. Yes, I did make tea. And during that time, like I had been steeping that all the time I was talking. So, where was I? I was talking about my list, my tier list. Venti, first Venti, Death of the Author, and then I think Remote Control, and then Home, the second book of the Venti series. That one I spent a lot of that one being like, so, that's why for that one. Now, let me talk about actually the book that I'm here to talk about, Death of the Author, which follows. Listen, it's been like 30 minutes since I finished a book. Of course, I don't remember characters' names. Who do you think I am? A person. Kilu? Okay, here's how I remembered it. I remembered that one of the not languages, but maybe it is languages, something like that, where it is Kulu, and her name is that, but with an E instead of a U for the first. So, Kelu, I think. I listened to the audiobook too. She is the daughter of African immigrants from two different Nigerian immigrants, to be specific, from two different cultures within that. She is the second of like 5. There was an accident when she was like a preteen, and she is now paraplegic. Can't move her legs, right? And the book starts with her at the wedding of one of her younger sisters, in which a lot of the time it's a lot of her Nigerian relatives being like, when are you gonna get married? But also being like, cause she's like 32, I think, at this point. But also being like, hey, why are, like, making comments about her disability, stuff like that. Ableism, big thing in this book. So it's like her just having to like take that and just try to live her own life. And she was dealing with some students in her class, because she's also an adjunct professor while trying to write her second book, right? And on the day of her sister's wedding, she gets a call from her boss at the university, firing her, which like almost immediately, like she gets like a few complaints from students and they all immediately fire. Listen, as somebody who had a horrible professor in college, right? Like, we all complained. We all did the same thing where we like went up and we're like, hey, he's not a good teacher. And then they didn't fire him. It took him, they just let his contract run out. And I guess she's an adjunct professor, but like suddenly firing her in the middle of a semester, right? It gets a little suspicious. It gets a little weird. Which he does point out when later on when her boss is like, no, we need to do a closing out meeting. And she's like, bitch, why? You're the one that suddenly fired me when I was in another country. And makes suddenly makes a racist comment, and she's like, oh, right. And then she's like, well, it's for protection of the students. I'm like, yes, let's protect the white men and not the black disabled professor. Sure, okay, I see how it is. But she loses that job. She's immediately fired because of that. And also, she just got another email that her second book was denied by a publisher. And so she's down on her dumps on this trip, along with the dealing with family stuff. And she gets a little high. And she ends up thinking of a story and just suddenly starts writing it that is a sci-fi story. And throughout the book, you are also getting chapters of the book that she wrote, and suddenly this book becomes so big. It's so big. All of a sudden, she is like a famous author. You have to read about her getting canceled. Dude, that felt too real. That felt too real. What? Like, I could see this happening. I could see this happening where Black disabled woman suddenly has money and connections, and so she gets the opportunity to use mechanical legs to try walking around, and then people complain that she's not disabled enough for them on live television. I'm sorry. Yeah, and then she got canceled because she wouldn't take that shit. Yeah. Anyways, so it's like a lot of her dealing with her internal trauma because of the accident, her anxiety because of the accident, her family drama, this book that she wrote and its sudden popularity, and her trying to navigate that. She gets like a 7-book deal, but also adaptation deal as well, which is this whole other big issue that happens because they just like basically erase the whole entire Nigerianness of the book when they do that adaptation, and then she has to deal with that aspect, and how people more people like watch the movie than read the book and all this stuff, and are into the characters in that more than that, and people being like, where's the sequel, and her just trying to like live her life and exist in this world. And then the book ends with, I assume, the last chapter of the book that she wrote that is titled Death of the Author, that is the story of the book. Like, the book in the book is also the book in the book. Does that make sense? Are you confused? Are you going, what the fuck? Like, I'm gonna have to put a giant spoilers on screen for when I edit this, for that part, but like, the book, physical book that you get from the library or buy, Death of the Author by Nnedi Okorafor, has a book inside of it that the author in the book writes, and you get to read those pages of that book. But at the end of the book, the actual physical book, the last chapter is the last chapter of that fictional book, in which the whole entire book you've been reading this whole time is the book in that book. The characters in the book that she's writing in this book is writing a book, and that is this book. It is wild. I do want to know why there was this whole aspect where there were interviews of her family members and her loved ones, right, throughout, sprinkled and through in, and it was like seeming like she had died, and I don't think she died. I'm confused by that part, which is why it's a 4. But yeah, no, it was a wild ride. My brain was hurting reading. Like, I literally was getting a headache because I was thinking too hard about this book. It doesn't help that I don't drink enough water. That's possibly why. That being said, it is really good. It's going to take you time to read it. Like, the audiobook's like 15 hours for a 450-page book, okay? It's going to take you time to read it, but I do recommend it. I had a great time. 4 stars. If I hadn't read Binti this year, I would have probably been, I'm still going to be slightly obsessed with this, but I would have been very obsessed with it, okay? And that's that. That's this one. I gotta go do other work that I've been avoiding so I could update you for 14 minutes. Bye. Oh, hi, yes. The graphic. There's 3 books. 2 of those I read yesterday, 1 of those today. I will explain. Also, starting tomorrow, the background of the graphics is going to be different because Canva kind of just like forced a free trial on me. It's so nice of it. Actually, I've got a lot of use for it. And I forgot about that when I made it initially. So the background is a premium only type thing. So I gotta, there's one I think I'll use instead. That is also green, so it matches my stream setup, right? And that one I know is free, so I'll just switch it to that one. And it's also florals. But yes, 3 books. We're gonna go buy the list very fast. Though, because 1, I am making dinner. My pasta water is heating up right now. That's why we're doing this right now. 2, I just would like to note that I made pizza pie head for the first time. I've had homemade pizza before, but not by me. It was good. Photo. If I still have photo, I will put it up. And I fear, because my sister's gonna leave soon, and what's gonna stop me? It's the one thing I have every ingredient for. In abundance. I have a feeling that's gonna be like 3/4 of my meals then, but that's fine. We're very excited for me and my pizza eating habits. Pizza loving habits. We have so much feta cheese, and I always have to put, that's why I have so much feta cheese, because whenever I get it from Domino's near here, they put like 3 pieces of feta cheese on the whole pizza. I'm like, why do I spend so much money for you to put no feta cheese on and I have to put more on myself? I can put the amount I want on myself. It's great. I want pepperoni, so I can put pepperoni on it too, but we'll see. But who cares about that? First one, All by My Elf, is the 3rd one in the Amazon Originals collections by multiple authors type thing, right? It's the 3rd one of the Christmas ones. I think it's called Under the Mistletoe. So here's something I noticed when I went to read it. The second one, which I've already read, I read the first 2 already. The second one and this one, the 3rd one, are the lowest rated of like 2 point something, which if you know anything about Goodreads, is astronomical. And so I went into it scared. Something I will give the second one that I don't remember the name of. I would like to note, the only reason I'm continuing is I did like the first one like quite a lot. Is that it was bad, but it was bad in a funny way. Not this one. This one was bad, just bad and boring. So that's fun. It follows technically 3 adjunct professors, right, who over Christmas break, because they're not paid properly, I know this well, one of my adjunct professors, who was like one of my favorite professors in college, would tell many woes about their experiences, and eventually they left because they got paid better to work full-time at the high school, the local high school that they were also teaching like 2 classes a semester at. They offered them a full-time job, and they were getting paid better as a high school teacher. If that gives you an idea, Anyways, I know the pay's not good. So during winter break, they get a job together, 2 best friends and this guy that the one we follow, Nina, has had a crush on since her and her best friend have started at that school that he's been at for like 8 years, right? And they're doing this job where it's like Christmas themed hot dogs, and the whole point of the job is that you're like traveling through the country in this Wienermobile to do that. And it's like the day before Christmas or something, and they happen to be like, you always have to have 2 people working the truck at once, but the place that they're like going, like the town they're going by to get to their next location, happens to be Bestie's a hometown. So she ends up going home for Christmas, right? There's a whole thing where Nina thinks that her bestie and guy she has a crush on are a thing. They're not a thing. The way that she's like, I've never seen them do PDA. Bitch, I'm a bitch who doesn't like to do PDA or experience it, but I've still done PDA on occasion. Like, I still hold hands. She hasn't even seen them hold hands. And she's like, they're clearly dating and in love. Anyways. So, it's her and a guy she has a crush on, stuck on the highway in a snowstorm. They admit their feelings to each other in a game of Never Have I Ever. And it's just a lot of penis jokes based about the vehicle. It's like not good. 2 stars. Then I technically finished Soft on Soft. I started that one. This is one that's been on my TBR, I want to say, since the first year I had Goodreads. So it's in the early hundreds, okay? I would like to remind everybody that I'm at like 804 right now, and that's astronomical for me that I've gone on it so low. Anyways, I knew it was a sapphic romance and pretty short, and it was on Kindle Unlimited. I have Kindle Unlimited. I might as well read it. That was my thought process, was like, this is the time to read it, right? That's like cozy, simple sapphic romance. And so I picked up one of these earlier days, like, to just read in bed. And so that's essentially what I've been doing for the past week. Before I go to bed, I've been like reading a few pages before bed until yesterday when I read the second half of it. in which my review is 3.5 stars. It's fine. It's like good. Like, it's good. It would be 4 stars. Hear me out. It is self-published in like 2018. And so, there's not many reviews, but probably most of the reviews would bring up the fact that there are grammatical errors. I know some astronomically more in the first like 20% than in the rest of the book, okay? If you can get through the first 20%, it's not much more after that. That follows 2 queer, one of them demisexual, and one of them pansexual, right? Woman, one of them is a makeup artist, the other is a social media celebrity, slash model, slash soon-to-be actress, right? They've both had feelings for each other for quite a while. The title Soft on Soft is because they are both on the heavier side. That's the whole thing. They're both people of color. I think the model slash, the slashes, I think this was in like the first 20 pages, this information, so like, this was like a week ago for me, but I'm pretty sure she is African-American, and the makeup artist is Arabic and Muslim. That one I know specifically because in like the last like 30 pages, there was a part where she was at an event. They were at an event, and there was this word that I was like, I don't understand what this means, and she was talking about how she was able to eat food, thankfully, and I was like, oh, it's like kosher, but the Muslim version for me. Okay, cool. And so that's how I learned that she was also Muslim, on top of being Arabic, and practicing. So, it's like basically them having a crush on each other, them admitting their feelings for each other, and then them just dating and being really fucking cute. That's it. That's all it is. It is labeled as adult. Hear me out. There is like an epilogue, and then after the epilogue, there's a bonus chapter, which I think is like a new-ish-er thing. Hear me out. If you just like don't give your child that much, I think like 15 and up. If your child wants to be represented in media with this book, then yeah, you can give it to your child, because they kiss a few times. There's like a makeout session or once or twice, and but they don't, right? There's no like physical intimacy above that, partially because of the one's demisexuality aspect, right? And that being a thing, and then the other one is inexperienced in intimacy, so she's like scared because of that, and she has anxiety. That's another thing. Anxiety is like a big thing in this, but like the most you get is like a conversation about like, yeah, like I'm into you and I wouldn't mind, but like it wouldn't be my favorite thing. I'm fine with just hot makeout sessions. And the other one goes like, yeah, that makes, like, I have too much anxiety anyways about my own body, and because like a big part of her anxiety is her body and how much space she takes up. So being with somebody who is the same size as her is helpful in that, but like still the anxiety would creep in, and so she's fine, just a hot makeout session. And it's them being cute with 2 cats and happy, and it's really good. 3.5 stars. I recommend. And then the one that I read today is the other literary that I told you about. Maybe like, bitch, what are all these short books? I thought we were talking about trying to up our page counts. Don't worry, I have 2 books due tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the library that are long-ish. I'm not stressed, you're stressed. One of them I think will take me like 2 hours, because the audiobook, I have the audiobook of both of them. That's another thing. I have the audiobook at both of them. One of them's like 6 hours for the audiobook, but I know it's over 200 pages, so I can do it, I think, if I wake up in the morning. Anyways, A Study in Hell, or Short Stay in Hell, that's what it is. A Short Stay in Hell, is about a guy whose name I don't remember. Honestly, we should all clap that I remember Nina's name in All By My Elf. Anyways, I think his name's Soren, actually. Suddenly wakes up one day and he's in hell. He was Mormon, like in his early 40s, had brain cancer, happy life, like did all the Mormon things, dies, learns out the actual real religion is this one religion that most people haven't heard of, right? And sorry, somebody on stream redeemed clear done so I could clear done. So I'm doing that. So, because sometimes the list gets a little long. Anyways, and so anybody who isn't like the baptized version of this religion, doesn't follow this religion, when they die, they go to hell, right? So he wakes up in hell, and it's like this whole thing where hell you can technically get out of one day and go to heaven, but the hell he's sent to is like a giant ass library. Like the appendix I read first, and it is just the math of how big this library would have to be, and the fact that it's just Caucasian white people from America born during or died during a specific time period means there must be like dozens of these libraries. And then there's dozens of more different types of hells, right? And so it's his experience. The whole thing is that you're supposed to go through, and there's every version of every book that ever existed or ever could be in this library. So there's like books that are all just in repetition, but also every book is exactly 400 pages, I believe. And this is like page setup is exactly the same in every page. So like one guy's like, but what about War and Peace? Then you would continue. It would like continue in different volumes until it was done, and then what was left of those page count would be just blank, or about Leo Tolstoy, or about his big toe, or like stuff like that. So it's like endless essentially, and you have to find your specific book about your specific life, and it could be like there's like could be different versions, like your life by the point of view of a fly, or your dog, or a friend, or an enemy, or the life of your big toe, like stuff like that, right? And you have to find that book without errors, and you gotta put it in a cubbyhole. But there's so many books, so you're just continuously going down through, and it's this guy's experience doing that, occasionally finding love, the horrors of humanity there, because eventually people go crazy, and by the end of the book, he's been there for billions and billions of years, and he's telling the whole book back to us, and he's been there for billions and billions of years trying to find his book, and he still hasn't found it. 3 stars. It's not my type of thing. Okay, honestly, that's why I was surprised Death of the Author was my type of thing, because usually they're kind of philosophical, but also character-based, and character-based books are usually not my thing. So honestly surprised I liked Death of the Author as much as I did. This one, 3 stars. It's fine. I don't know. I don't remember where I heard about it, but I heard about it and I was like, that seems like a fun time. And then I've like seen it like everywhere. Like multiple other people have been reading it recently. I don't know why it's getting a resurgence now, 14 years after it came out, but it is. It was fine. If it seemed like your type of thing, I recommend. Like, it wasn't poorly done. Like, it's actually really well written. But yeah, this is not my type of book. 3 stars. And that's it. I will see you tomorrow at some point with hopefully 2 books. And then the one after that's like 700 pages. And then the one after that, it's never ending. Somebody keeps on borrowing library books. I just don't know who she is. Hello, hi. My hair's still slightly wet from a shower. It's after 11 p.m. I have my sister is the one who made the drink, so it's a little strong, but mostly all it tastes is the coconut rum. That's the real punch in the back throat. Oh god. But at least I'm not streaming, so the computer's not loud as fuck today. Hey, guess who didn't read those 2 things that she was supposed to read yesterday? That was yesterday. Both of those were ones I was actually able to renew, right? So I just did that because 1, I woke up with a migraine. 2, I forgot that this weekend I had family obligations, and those happened to happen yesterday. So instead I started the nonfiction audiobook that's short-ish, that was due next. I just realized I never downloaded the graphic update. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm just gonna open Canva now so that I remember. Anyways, I want to say like 57% of the way through that, yesterday, on top of my normal chapters of La Muerte, which by the way, I'm a third of the way through, and then today's was like 50 pages, tomorrow's is gonna be like 50 pages, and the one after that's like 120 pages. That's not even the Lancelot one. The Lancelot one's the one after that. At least I think 2 of those are Sir Tristan. Listen, in the hierarchy of the ones that I know the most about, it goes Lancelot, Tristan, and Gawain. And so it goes like, currently I have Tristan, and then a guy that I haven't met yet, but also connected to Tristan, and then more Tristan. So, you know, but I am like a third of the way through that. And once I get through the next 2 books, I will be like 2/3 of the way through fine. It's fine. But I read that, started another book, because I got another arc, and I haven't read the first book in the series that the arc is a sequel of. That's due on October 1st. So I started the first book in the series. Like, I started a bunch of shit. This is me we're talking about. But essentially, we're here to talk about the audiobook, that nonfiction audiobook, because I did finish that today, which is, I want to say his name's Tyson. It's called Sand Talk. I know this. Right here, let me pull up a graphic and then I can see it. Let me zoom. Yes, his first name is Tyson. Right. He is an alcohol, please, rum, please. Indigenous Australian adult man, who, a good chunk of his adult life has been him learning about different Indigenous cultures, but specifically, like, mostly in Australia, around Australia, but also has gone, like, other places. This goddamn, is it a mosquito? I don't know what it is. You can see it. I saw it come across the, yep. Oh, it was a moth. Don't worry, it's dead. It's a dead moth. Anyways, so, it's basically taking what he's learned, the stories he's learned, the histories he's learned, doing this and using them as ways to talk about climate change and narcissism, and gender equality and stuff like that for like 7.5 hours. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I was just scrolling on Libby trying to find audiobooks that were available, and I saw his second book on there. And then I was like, oh, he has another book. Let me check out that one first. And that one was also available, which is Sand Talk. And now I'm checking the second one isn't available currently on Libby. It's a wait list. That's annoying. I got another audiobook, nonfiction audiobook, by a different author color. Listen, I'm at the point in my life where I'm like, listen, if I'm gonna listen to an audiobook for X amount of hours that's nonfiction, it's either gonna be a part of history that I don't know enough about, and I feel like I should know because I went to a public school in America, or a book by an author of color about their experiences in life so that I can learn something via that. Because, hear me out, I can probably learn something from them, right? About their own life experiences because they're so different from mine. And then sometimes, overlap in the middle. Anyways, it was good. 4 stars. If you've read Braiding Sweetgrass, which I'm pretty sure has got more of a reader base than this one, and you liked it, I recommend it. Kind of similar in a few ways. Yeah, it's like half the length though. It was good. Boomerangs are fun. Dude, there was a few fun facts that I learned from it, and I forget what one of them is, and I'm sad about this because it was actually a really cool fun fact. But the other one, the one that from like first minute of the audiobook, is about echidnas and how he questions if echidnas ever worry about something or something like that, because their brain to like body size is the largest for mammals, and they use more of their brain percentage than humans do and stuff. So in theory, they should have hierarchy and dreams and all the stuff that humans do. And then I went, wait a second, one that's cool, but also, there's a later on in the book where he was all like, I, for one, praise our echidna overlords when they come after us. I was like, hell yeah. Anyways, it was good. I recommend. I'm gonna go read the next one that's due to the library at 1 p.m. tomorrow, which is the next in the Black Dagger Brotherhood series. Side-eye. I'm not a fan of them, like, 70% of the time right now. Oh, that one was all pineapple. Oh, God. But I think one of them later on is going to be a little... I want to read that one. Also, I'm kind of interested in the next one, which is going to be set up in this one, so that way I'm also going to be reading about that relationship in this one, because we did get the start of that relationship in the previous one. It's so complicated. It's a complicated universe. And I talk about it in multiple videos. There's vampires. There's fighting. There's females. I love having to explain to people how they changed them versus the show, because the first seasons come out, how they have changed a good chunk of a certain character, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Also consent, sometimes not a thing in these books. That's the main thing. At least the main aspect of that in this one, I did spoil myself for it, Googling it. So I'm not going to be surprised, which I'm happy with, because I'd rather not be surprised. Also, it was in the previous book as well. But I'd rather not be surprised by that. Incest. I don't want surprise incest via coercion. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Anyways, this one's about revenge. Their names never stop making me laugh. And I need everyone to remember that he has a mohawk. It's been brought up like 3 times in this chapter I'm in the middle of, and it makes me laugh every time, because he's meeting the person who was supposed to be his mate, and she's just like, his mohawk is so scary. He makes him a scary guy, and I was just there like, fucking mohawk? Okay. I guess it was written in 2008. I guess. Anyways, bye. Until hopefully tomorrow when I finish this. Did I mention it's like 700 pages? At least my copy is. I don't know. Most copies are like 500 pages, but my copy is like 720 for some freaking reason. It's because J.R. Ward hates me personally. That's why. Why is it whenever I go to film, the computer sounds like it's gonna take off on flight? I have been sitting here 3 minutes waiting for it to shut the fuck up. I've given up. I am painting my nails. It is the 17th day and I've read 11 books and I'm painting my nails. I'm painting my nails again. I didn't know this was a jelly polish until I put it on yesterday. And listen, here's why I hate jelly polishes. I like the initial color when it's just like one coat on. Much more. Case in point, this one. But, and hear me out, they're always so patchy. And it annoys me. Like, I thought I could just deal with it, but I can't. So now, darkening up the color needlessly and making it so it's not that nice pinkish red. Instead, just like another dark red wine color. Like, I'm annoyed. Also, fun fact for you, my lipstick is $42. I looked this up. It was a gift from a friend. And I don't like it. Anyways, books. I am gonna get halfway through Lemon de Arthur today, so that's good news. Lover Avenged, 2.5 stars. I say that. And then I immediately borrow the next book. Okay, why is the setup for this one essentially the setup for the third one? Right, where the female main character is kidnapped by the head of the Lessers because of some made-up connection in his mind. Right. And then the male main character has to be like, oh no, I must save her. I am slightly worried more this time around because one, who the head of the Lessers is currently, that's a big spoiler, so I'm not gonna say, but who he is and how he is, and how he's not like the other Lessers in certain ways. Scary. I don't know how I feel about that, but also, I've talked about consent not a thing. These, like this one, Love Revenge had a lot, right? Through his background, right? And it's not in the content warnings for like most of them, except it's like actually an active thing that happens or is blatantly talked about multiple times. And maybe it could be because John's the male main character in the next one, who does have a history of being abused in that way. Right? But like, we've talked more about his healing in that in the past like 5 books, and I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't in the content warnings for any of those, right? So why is in the content warnings? First one on Storycraft. I fear. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't think I brought up that the 11th one is the one that I'm gonna stop off on. That's another thing. I want to read the next one as ASAP, because the next one is the 8th one. Is it the 8th or the 9th? I can't remember. It's one of the two. I could check. I have Libby open right now. Open right now because I'm sending it to my Kindle. Shush, computer. Yeah, it's 8. Okay. And the 11th is the one where I'm going to end off on. So, like, and hear me out. I kind of just want to, like, speed it up already. Get this over with. Right? But also, I'm scared. Anyways, remember when the second one was good? Remember when I liked that one? Oh, how times have changed. Anyways, my review is 2.5 stars. I don't, like, 9 out of 10 times I don't like this series. Also, I would like to remind everyone that Revenge, the main character in this one, who is supposed to be like the big bad drug dealer, mob boss type thing, mafia-esque, but also he's secretly a sympath and all this stuff, like part of these other evil vampires, and does other these dark things, but he's good for this one woman. Yeah, he has a mohawk. Like, one of the first chapters, there was like a bunch of nurses being all like so scared of him, right? And like Elena, I remember her name because her name's fucking Elena in like 2008. I see what you did there, J.R. Ward. Anyways, Elena is a nurse and wants to be a doctor. And all this stuff, and she's like the only one that's like not scared of him. But everyone's all like, oh, I'm so scared of him. And then it will bring up his mohawk, and I can't stop laughing every single time. Like, especially, like, same thing for the sexy scenes. I'm like, I can't stop laughing. It's so funny to me. And, you know, they really built me out of the story up multiple times. It was a great time. You know what, I just decided I'm gonna look up what happens to Zex in this next one, because I had to do that for Love Revenged and Revenge's relationship with his sister, cough cough. Anyways, 2.5 stars, immediately part of the next one. And then I read, was it the 25th volume? 25th. I already have the 26th and 27th. I tend to put them like 2 on hold at a time. And they keep on coming in recently. I had a schedule, so I'm just reading them. Because why not? I read the 25th one. It was good. The first chapter and the last chapter, both great. First chapter was her going up against a guy. I'm not gonna go in depth what this series is. It's a good manga series about a princess whose father dies, and her whole life changes, and there's dragons. Anyways, kind of. The first chapter is her going up, not physically, but like emotionally and she's being big brain. She's being big brain against this other guy, wins, who she has a past with, cough cough. And then the last chapter is her being shot up by a bunch of arrows, and then magic shit happens. I gotta read the next one sooner rather than later, just so I can figure out what the hell happened there. Anyways, I have 7 days until the next library book is due. So, like, yeah, I could get ahead of all these ones that are due in the same 3 days. Or I could just read weird romances I want to read right now. I could. Also, for the pages point, I don't know how much I read each of these past days. I don't know. but I do know that, I think one of the days I read 190 something. Yesterday I read 770. So look at me fucking go. What was that? It was Love Revenge. I'm going to go read something. Oh, I gotta read Lamar to Death. That's what I gotta read today. So I'm gonna go do that. And let my nails dry. Goodbye. Guess who's back? It's the same day. If you hear clanging, Bella's harness is in the dryer right now. I do have to wash my hair, but I'm gonna do it after this. Because it's 9 p.m. and like 45 minutes ago, I finished a book I planned to read today. Let me go. It was You're Not Supposed to Die Tonight, right? Which is a part of my 25 and 2025. So when I go upstairs, I can erase that from the whiteboard. Let's go. Right? This is like one of the ones I had on Libby. I have both the audiobook and the ebook on Libby, and so it was like one of them that like takes 2 books off Libby, right? And it was fine. It was fine. I'm trying to remember what book it reminded me of, and it was I think was gonna have fun putting up the book cover for it, but the one from the Read the First 10% in all the free books on Simon Teen's website in December video. It was one of the ones that I finished for that, which is Tender Beasts. It gives similar vibes. So if you read either this one or that one and you liked it, read the other one. Because they give similar vibes. What is it about? It's about Charity, who basically is essentially running a camp like thing. It's like if Friday the 13th-esque movie was filmed and then somebody on the actual land it was filmed at turned it into a horror fest type thing year round, where he pays campers to literally scare the bejesus and think that they're being attacked by the killer from the movie, right? So if like one of the filming locations for Friday the 13th, Jason Voorhees, you pay Jason Voorhees to literally kidnap and kill you, right? Except some campers are going, or some employees are going missing, and then suddenly things are becoming a little too real. Here's my thing. It was fine. 3 stars. Here's my thing. It was more gruesome than I was expecting for a YA horror, so I'll give it that. But some things, like, why was the chief of police like that? Like, why was he like that? And a few other things like that, that were a little weird, but never properly explained, right? And then there's also the, like, big revelation of who betrayed her. Yeah, it was, like, technically there were 2, but both of them were really obvious. So, it was fine. It was good enough if you have a 16, 15-year-old who likes classic horror movie type slashers. You give them this book. It's good enough. That sounds weird. I was gonna say I think only one more book of hers to read, but no, there's the Cinderella retelling. No, I read this Cinderella. This is the Sleeping Beauty. I don't know. Maybe it's Cinderella again. I actually think it may be Cinderella again. Sleep Like Me, I think is what it's called. I always forget about that one. I think that's the newest. I don't know. Anyways, I finally finished this one, or read this one. This one's been on my DBR for like 2 years, since it came out. So that's done. Yay. Now here's where I talk about executive decision. The person I am. Remember when I said I was going to look up what happens in the next Black Dagger Brotherhood? Like, for you 5 minutes ago I said that. What's going to happen in the next book if a certain trigger was going to happen. So I looked up. And yes, this is why I look it up every time, honestly. Yes, but also, I don't know if I want to, because, like, I haven't read it yet, so I can't, but it's giving me kind of a nick, and I'll explain why in a minute. But when I was looking it up, it was compared to, the same character that does this to her it is basically described as the same thing that he did to another character in the book that I just finished, right? Except instead of like over 2 weeks, it's like months, I guess, every day. And hear me out. Hear me out. I don't want to read that. Hear me out. I don't want to read that. For multiple reasons. It kind of gives me the beginning of the third one a little bit. I think I brought this up earlier, so it feels like a rerun of that and whatnot. But like, oh, whatever, right? Worse. Now here's the thing. You may be like, bitch, I remember once upon a time this year, you read the third one and you kind of like gave the book props about the sexual assault in these books. Which, okay, here's the thing about the third one. The third one is about Zeta's history from like hundreds of years ago and him having not properly dealt with that, and through finding love, he realized, hey, maybe I should fucking deal with this shit. Deal with this trauma so I can be a better person for those I love in general, including his brother and whatnot, and the other members of the Brotherhood. So he does that. It is a thing where it is his throughout the book. It's like him for multiple months going through that healing journey. And then throughout, since like book 3, we have had John, who is the love interest, the male love interest in this next one, right? And John, we know, like, every, like, I want to say 100 pages, what happened to him was brought up, and aspects of that. But that is, like, he is much younger than Zadist is, right? So it's like him it's like if Zadist had an actual support system right after it happened, when he was much younger, and like friends, like, I'm not gonna, like, the Brotherhood cared, but also like they're the Brotherhood. Quinn and Bay actually fucking care. And they actually like feel really bad because like Bay is, and he's all like, I don't want to make you uncomfortable because you were assaulted by a man when you were like 16. And he'd be like, no, I know that's not you, like, that's, yeah, those are two separate things, right? And he has good friendships, and he is healing, but he's also like emotionally drained because like other stuff is happening. But it's like, so far the books have been him healing through his experiences, but with an actual support system from the beginning, right? The fact that I know this is going to happen to Sex for who knows how long, by a person who almost assaulted John and outed John's assault. I don't know how he got that information, but did that, and does that to John's future mate, and then they bond and fall in love afterwards. Like, they already had a bond. I don't know why. This is just assaulting a woman so that she can truly understand and be there for, like, so that she's a better partner for John. And I don't like that, especially because, again, I look up spoilers, so I know that she has trauma from a separate instance, which I don't know if is to this extent, but it is trauma that she has PTSD from, that we've got hints of in the past 2 books from her past. And so you couldn't have just been like, these 2 people have PTSD and are dealing with their shit. And they're dealing with their shit together. No, you had to traumatize her even more in that way so that they could connect more. I don't, like, it's given a weird taste in my mouth. Anyways, the plan is, I'm gonna read it ASAP. I'm gonna start it tomorrow. I want to read all of it tomorrow, but I don't know how likely that is because I realized tomorrow's Thursday. Like 20 minutes ago. That's kind of an issue. Because Friday is gonna be busy. But the plan is, every time that it overwhelms me, I do plan to skip like most of that stuff. I don't want to read that. Hear me out. I don't want to read it, So I'm gonna skim that stuff. And then, when it overwhelms me, I will either, just read a chapter in either one of the volumes of Yona I have out from the library right now, or watch my cozy YouTuber, like, some of her old videos back, right? Some of them were, like, 20 minutes long from, like, 2 years ago, so I'll just, like, watch some of those, right, to calm me down. I got Sims 2 to work wonderfully on this computer. I'm very proud. I also got it to play in window mode. That was the real difficult part, oh my god. To get it so it's not in constant full screen. So technically I could play it while I stream. We don't need to worry about that. But also, listen, I've gotten to watching Iron Mouse recently. We don't need to talk about how it's overtaken my life. And listen, if I just rewatch my favorite Iron Mouse clip 10 times, I think that could heal my soul from anything. And in case you're wondering, it's the Minecraft Country Club clip where she plays this song as her Minecraft character dances to Connor, and Connor's just like, what the fuck am I experiencing? It's so funny. Every day it gets me. Anyways, that's my plan. I have those are my self-care to heal as I'm reading it. I haven't checked how long it is. Should I do that? I did start the process of downloading it. Let me check that. I do. Here's the other thing. The next one is also available currently at the library, so I also immediately downloaded that one. And then the next two, 10 and 11, I have to put on waitlist, right? So I put 10 on hold, but there's a good chance that I'll be pretty close to the point where I plan to DNF this series, which will knock the series off the list, which we love. What's the book I'm reading? Love or Mine. There we go. Also, I could just, like, read the last two of the Christmas romances. 673. Okay, so not as long. Glossary of terms and proper nouns. What the hell? That's what the first 7 pages are. Oh my god. I forgot these books are very long and the chapters aren't particularly short, but sometimes, oh my god. 643. Yep. Okay. The one benefit about this, the one positive I can see here is usually when it's that character who's going to be doing the torture and assault, whenever it's his POV, most of the time when it's Lester's sections, before it would be like, it just breaks in the chapter and it'd be in the same chapter, but usually when it's his POV, it's a whole other chapter, and then it's like 5 pages long, and then it's, so I shouldn't have to, like, worry about, like, I'm reading the chapter, and then all of a sudden, oops, this is happening in the middle of a random chapter. No, it's gonna be, like, a next chapter, and I could somewhat tell, based on the chapter length, who it's gonna be. So, I guess that's one positive. At least this one's shorter. Saved me by 50 pages. Speaking of which, I think I read, like, 400 pages. Maybe a little under 400. But I think it was, like, 150 for Lamarte and 230 for You're Supposed to Die Tonight. Or You're Not Supposed to Die Tonight. That's what it's called. So yeah, I think it's just under 400 pages I read today. Anyways, I'm gonna go shut up and wash my hair. I need to do this. I've been talking to you for too long. This is what happens. This is why I don't film. I have so many things I have to tell you about. I was gonna move into another room to film in, so I'm not filming the same location every goddamn time. But Bella's laying right next to my chair and I don't want to move. So we're back here. Wow, I'm streaming. Woo. Other things. Today's the day that my sister left to go visit her boyfriend, for a good chunk of time, right? And so, part of that is that I have to finish the physical labor that she was doing outside, and still has left to do, right? I want it done by October. I'm gonna try. We'll see. And so because of that, I am very far into Lamorte. Like, I have 100 pages left, because while I'm out there, I might as well listen to an audiobook, so I've just been listening to the audiobook of this at, like, 2 times speed as I do work out there. Oh, like, you know, in the audiobook, they pronounce Percival as Percival. Every time it gets me. Anyways, also, instead of Jesus, it's the last S isn't there in Jesus, so it's Jesu every time. Anyways, so I am like very close to being done with this, and the graphic that I just remembered I have to put on the thingamajiggy editing thing, I will do that. There is the next book in the Christmas romance series, but none of the mangas. I didn't do any comfort anything in reading Lovermind. Anyways, we're gonna talk about Lovermind first, even though I just finished that one and the other one I read yesterday. The only reason being is because I was emotionally and physically exhausted from all the physical labor I did yesterday. That's all I did yesterday. And so instead of finishing Lovermind after reading like 90 pages of this, I just read that one. And I will talk about it in a hot sec, which is great because I forget what I rated it. I gotta pull up my trackers to figure this out. Lovermind, I know what I rated. I rated it 4 stars. This is my highest rated, other than the second one. Which Mary sighting? Oh my god, so much happening, in this book. Maybe like, what the fuck, everything you said in the last clip, which I still stand with. And also the other thing that I kind of have issues with is like, within 3 days of escaping and her staying with the Brotherhood, and her and John are getting closer, right? And he spent the whole day explaining all his trauma except for that one instance where he was assaulted to her. She's all like, I need to show him I care, so what better way than sex? Yeah, it's like within 3 days of her escaping that they're going at it hardcore. Don't think that's how that works. Thank you very much. Though I will bring up the note that the first time, when it's like that one time that I brought up, that she does try to with him. She does have PTSD. She gets triggered and freaks out, and she has to explain to him why, which freaks him out. And so then she learns about his history, and then that's when they go at it. A shit ton. Now you may be like, bitch, what the fuck? Okay, like, hear me out. One, I did look up the exact chapter. I would like to thank the Black Brotherhood Dagger wiki for having a rundown of like major stuff that happens in each chapter of this book, so that I could Control F escape and scroll up a little bit, because that was like when she tells Rev that she's escaped, so I had to scroll up a little bit. But I knew exactly it was chapter 17 that she escapes, so I was counting down the minutes. Okay, there was that happening. 2, it did not go into any graphic detail. Okay, you don't know for sure until the doctor is like, hey, there's blood. Just so you know, I have history, so I know, but I do have to make sure, right? Type thing. But like, it doesn't go into any detail, which I do have a little bit of iffy feeling, because we do get a good amount of detail for both Zadist and John's history when it comes to this. So the one time that's a female character, technically this is the first time we learn Jane has a history in this, which makes the whole thing where when Vicious was sleeping with her and then erasing the memory of that, and so she just woke up with the feeling that she had, but no memory of it. That just makes that weirder. But that's beside the point. Right? How to tell it's becoming fall. I have a tickle in my throat. It's been happening for a week. I've been ignoring it. Anyways, you get details on the 2 men that we know, but the woman we don't even know one of them until she brings up to another woman to help her through her history or her experiences, and you get basically you know it happens, and probably every day during the 4 weeks, but that's it. That's all you know. That's it. But that's all you know. I'm willing to bet J.R. Ward went, hey, hear me out. Majority of my readers are women, and a good chunk of women have had experiences. I don't need to traumatize them. Instead, let me write a book in which two survivors of this find solace and love in each other. And it's actually so fucking sweet. It was so good. It was so good. It was so good. Anyways, yeah, they're like madly in love and shit, and it was very cute. But also that was the sweetest killing of your rapist I've ever seen. Because there was like a whole thing where he's like, I need to kill her because he kidnapped my woman. And she's like, I need to kill him because I was the woman attacked, right? And so they're like fighting about it. And then they're like, okay, fine. We'll like do it together, but whoever gets him on the ground gets to kill him. And then John is the one who gets him on the ground, but just gives the knife to her and literally holds him down so that she can stab him. And I find that so sweet. Anyways, also, alright, let me list off like other things that happened were like really cool and I liked. How after Zach's escaping, Lash just became body horror. What the fuck was that? I don't fully understand, but that was an experience. Oh my god. A true horror experience, honestly. Other thing on why this one's good, is because this one's actually paranormal romance. The rest of them, since like book 2 or 3, yeah, since book 3, which is the last time I've liked one really, it's been urban fantasy with a touch of romance. Like with Butches, there was like a chapter and a half that had a sex scene. Okay, so like, what the fuck? This one was actually back to romance, but because there's always so much happening in these, and this one managed to have it all like well planned and well done. It was actually good. Listen, when I was seeing reviews where people were like, see, this is back to the good shit, oh my god, we love this, and I was like, are you guys on drugs? What are you talking about? Why are we enjoying the one where a woman gets insulted? And then I get it. I hate to say it. Oh my god. Anyways, I do love that Mary is the woman for the second one is now, she was a therapist beforehand, right? So now she's basically essentially making a support group of all the people who have trauma. So Zeta's already been going to her. Now Zex is going to her. And John's probably gonna go to her as well. So we love that. We love that. We have stuff with Pain, who was like woken up like 3 books ago, who is Vicious's twin sister, right? And so she is awake and helping Wrath with the fact that he is officially blind, right? And trying to come into terms about the type of person her mother is, and also like a bunch of other stuff. And she joins this plane of existence, I guess, which is great because the next one is her book, right? Which I'm excited for because generally in these, what happens is when they get matched up, the woman is no longer strong female, who can do it all by herself. One, Zex is still, they're jokes about how it's so romantic how their bullets are lined up next to each other, and how you can't exactly put for registry for their wedding, put guns on Pottery Barn for a wedding registry. Like, it's kind of cute, and she's still the badass woman despite everything that happened to her, and also the fact that she married a man, a big muscular man. And Pain is also a badass woman. So I'm hoping. So that's happening. There's more of the Quinn and Blay romance, which is the gay one. That's the gay one. I can't wait. Dude, Quinn, I don't think you enjoy having sex with women. I hate to explain this to you, but bros, is it gay? Is it gay to look into the eyes of your male best friend, who you know is gay and is in love with you, as you are banging a woman and staring into each other's eyes? Is that gay? I don't know how to explain this to Quinn. He literally kisses Blay at one point in this one, and then he's like dealing with the fact that his cousin is dating Blay, and he's like, I don't know what to do about it. I'm like, but like, he wants the whole white picket fence headed normative bullshit. That's always what he's dreamed for himself. So he's like, I need that. Fucking. Also, he's beating up homophobes in this one. God. throughout the book, there are also two other things that are happening, which is flashbacks of John's father, Darius, who's dead, dead, deceased, gone, in the ye olden days, basically working with Tor, who is John's kind of adoptive father since becoming a vampire, kind of, working together, very closely, which leads to them becoming best friends, to try to find a, high-class female who was kidnapped by the sympaths, and ends up being pregnant, blah, blah, blah. Come to learn near the end of the book that that child, that, after the mother dies, and they take this child to a family and to be raised by vampires and whatnot, even though she's only half vampire, is sex. Right? So that's happening. This random servant for the Virgin Mary, kind of, vampire Virgin Mary, kind of, is now on this plane of existence with pain, and she is actually Zex's mother. Actually, this whole time, yup. So she gets to be there for the wedding. Wild, and also, the other different thing that's happening in this one is there is a haunted house type story where there's like a studio like doing recordings for like haunted house stories, blah 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 blah, and they're at this house, and it turns out that the sightings of the old owner of this plantation walking around, he's not a ghost, it's the vampire. And I was like, hey, he's talking about he's crazy. I was confirmed near the end, that, yeah, it is Murder, who is an old member of the Brotherhood, who disappeared and went crazy 20 years ago when he was in a relationship with his ex and learned that she was a sympath after being kidnapped by them. So, yeah, he's alive, and there's like a whole haunted house thing going on with him, and she sees that on the TV, so she knows that he's alive and up there doing whatever. The lessers, the bad guys, not doing too great, honestly. They're kind of being beat. The gay romance is being set up even more. Payne's on this existence and with her brother for the first time in probably since they were born. And the actual relationship was fucking cute, and there's like so much in the way everything was tied together was really well done, and it was really good, and 4 stars. Hell, this was been 13 minutes of me explaining why this book that I was very against was actually kind of good, and I get why people said it was kind of back to what we all enjoyed in the first few books. It's not as good as book 2 in my opinion, but I still really liked it. 4 stars. Okay, Merriment and Mayhem, the Christmas one. Very meh. It is so meh. About a girl who her grandmother has recently died, and so she is cleaning out her house to sell over winter break, right? From work, and then her grandmother really loved the holidays, so she's like, okay, let me try to do all the holiday stuff, like bake cookies, set up Christmas lights, all this stuff. But everything keeps on going wrong, including but not limited to starting a kitchen fire trying to bake cookies. So the fire department has to show up, and one of them hits on her. I would like to know, one of them does hit on her, but he's also like making fun of her in a way that I didn't find hot. It didn't feel bantery. It felt kind of right? That was my main issue. Like within the first 10-15 pages, that's what was happening. Okay. And then the Christmas light thing happens, and he has to catch her as she's hanging, blah 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 blah. And then they go on a date, and she's like, "But I can't date you because I technically live in another state." But also, she works from home. She can work from anywheres. And Seattle's expensive, so why not just move to this town where she has cool neighbors and already owns a house and has a hot fireman she could date, and then they go back to his place and they bang. Kind of boring, honestly. Like half of one of the smut scenes in Livermind was 10 times better than that one, and that was like a third of the book, a third of Merriment and Mayhem. Livermind's smut scenes, fucking top tier. I don't know when John learned how to do some of that shit.
because I would like to know, he had never been with a woman until she climbed on top of him halfway through the last book. And then she was all like, we can't be together. So then he was just going off and banging a bunch of women in public bathrooms. But, like, I don't think in those, because he was, like, supposed to be, like, soulless and has no heart anymore because his woman broke his heart. I don't think he was getting down on his knees for any woman in those public bathrooms. So, but he definitely does for sex in this one so many times. So many times. So many times. I love them. I love them so much. Yes. They're so cute. I'm scared for the next one. Because that's pains, but we'll see. And I have so many other library books I need to read, but also I have to do physical fucking labor, which means audiobooks. I'm tired. It's after 8:30 p.m. and I haven't eaten dinner. Goodbye. Also, I didn't tell you this. My thing for myself was, like, if I finish this, I can drink a gin martini because I never drink gin martinis. So I guess I can go make myself a gin martini. I'm gonna go fucking do it. I rarely make myself gin martinis, but we have a lot of gin in this house and nobody can drink it. Other than me, because everyone else is allergic. So, gin martinis. Maybe I'll watch some, like, old TV or something. I don't know. What am I supposed to do with my life?
Hello, me, different location. There's nothing in my lap here. You don't. Hi. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Bone, are you gonna stay? Are you gonna stay? Are you gonna stay? I'm calling this look. I'm violently ill. I did physical labor, and then I took a shower, but didn't want to, like, get my hair wet. So yeah. Fun fact, last time you saw me was Saturday. Graphic. It is now the 23rd. I have 8 days, technically. It's like afternoon, so 7.5 days left. And 14 books to go. Well, we're not stressed about this. You're just so cute. Anyways, so yeah, fun fact. Talked to you all on Saturday. Had so many plans. I think I planned to finish Lamorte that day. Did not finish it until like 2 hours ago. It's today, Tuesday. We went to bed kind of late on Saturday. Wake up at 4 a.m. shaking. Very ill. And that was on off my whole night. Until I eventually just got up. Because I had to feed somebody and walk somebody. I don't know who that is. Literally was standing like 5 minutes. Like, in the time it took me to put on my glasses, come downstairs, took the temp to make sure the heat was working, and start making my coffee. And by that I mean I turned on the Keurig. I'm like best friends with my toilet, violently ill. So as you can imagine, I didn't get much done. To the point where at one point my sister was like, well, if you're doing better laying down, just lay in my bed, which is where I am now, with Bella. And so I did that. And the next thing I know, an hour and a half has passed and I slept the whole time. Like, it just keeps on happening where I go to cuddle Bella and the next thing I know, 3 hours have passed and I haven't done anything in those 3 hours. I did start an audiobook. During that time. Except the audiobook's not good of that one, so I'm gonna have to actually read it with my eyeballs, so I gotta... When a girl only wants to read audiobooks, your head is so warm on my hands. What do you have in your hair on your leg? Ooh. Anyways, she's also kind of ill, but that's her own fault, because she ate something she wasn't supposed to eat yesterday. Outside. And that's fine. Also, thing to note, remember when I said I wanted to get the physical labor stuff done before October? Well, for the rest of the week it's supposed to rain. And I can't do it even when it's, like, wet. So, like, it's gonna, like, maybe Sunday I can do it again. Which is why I need physical labor, because I was like, I'm gonna just get out there before it rains and get some of it done. Which is why I finished this bad boy. But yeah, no, that's been my past like 3 days. I'm very sick. Me and Ginger Ale, best friends. Best friends. My mom came home with 48 thing. Is it 48? 24? Something like that. Something like that. I think the Ginger Ale, she bought me food to eat, just like actual takeout food, yesterday. Cause she felt bad. Um, I know, right? Um, but Sunday, I was not in the mood to read anything. It was the one day since I said I was gonna read a book in this every day that I did not read any of this. Um, I realized at around 9:30 when I was exhausted, because I was just sick. So I was like, I haven't done anything. So I just pulled up the last of the Mistletoe collection on my phone and listened along as like I got ready for bed, and then just the one benefit of Kindle Unlimited when it comes with the audiobook as well is that like it will just highlight the words as it goes and auto scroll for you. So I was just reading that in bed for like 30 minutes on Sunday. That's all I read. Which is Only Santa's in the Building. Now, hear me out. This one is also about a female main character who is in a new-ish area, newish location, because her grandmother died, and ends up meeting a guy because of it, and didn't they bang-a-lang. Uh, the similarities are so, like, similar that, like, when I was laying here, hi, she's like, you're keeping me awake. I'll go faster. I'm sorry. I will go faster. When I was just like here earlier, I could not. I had to like literally remember which one was the mayhem one and which one was Only Santa's in the Building. And I figured it out. This one, she has moved to. No, not moved to. Wait, no, wait. Wait, I figured this out, but now I don't remember. She is at her grandmother's place. Is this the one where she's? No, this is the one where she's at the apartment. The last one was she was at her grandmother's house, staying at her grandmother's house. This one, she's like in an apartment, new apartment, that she had to move to suddenly because she was the one, because she is like an artist for comic books and whatnot. And so she was able to work from home. So she was the one who was a caregiver for her grandmother. And then when her uncle inherited the house after the grandmother died, he immediately sold it and went, bye, bitch. So she had to get an apartment quick, right? And that's a whole thing. And she does like her neighbors, and so it's like an okay situation. But it's the holidays, and while she did like inherit everything in the building, she didn't inherit the building, but she inherited everything in it. So that means all her ornaments are in storage because she had to quickly move everything into storage. I hate this man. I hate this man. And so she does not have any ornaments up on her tree. She just has a bare tree. And suddenly she keeps on noticing like ornaments hanging in front of her front door, her apartment door, for her to hang on her tree, and she immediately assumes it's the kids of one of her neighbors. And then a few days later, like they're too intricate, and it's more of like a fabric project. This one, so she thinks it's the kind of elderly neighbor that she's really close with who can like do any craft project ever, which would make sense. And there's also kind of this thing where she's on a crunch deadline, so she's trying to get all this work done. Hi, Bella. And all this stuff. And so she's not like looking her best. She's like in the sweatpants, a hoodie, messy hair, haven't washed in like 2 weeks, eating nothing but cereal type look, right? When I don't remember why. Oh, I remember why. Her upstairs neighbor, the one up in the apartment above her, he's having water issues, and so he's like, let me make sure it's not like flooding into your apartment. And then changes the light bulb for her because she thinks it's gonna be the landlord at the door. To fix a light bulb for her. She's had a crush on him since she moved into the apartment. and he helped her move in, like immediately, right? And then, and then, she's just talking about her deadline, blah blah blah. Turns out, she ends up going to this party. Learns he was actually the one doing all the ornaments for her. She doesn't learn this until after they bang and they're in his apartment. And he assumed that she already knew that it was him, right? And all this stuff. And he didn't want to bother because she had already brought up her deadline. So he was like, I don't want to bother you. Like, he's also like a work from home, something to do with computers type person, right? And all this stuff. The Bangalang, they know that they've had a thing for each other for a while. And then I would like to know, this is like, for New Year's, they're going to meet the parent. I don't, or maybe it's on Christmas, something like that. They're going to meet the parents, like the family. I don't, yeah, no, I think it's Christmas because at her family's, her uncle gives everybody in the family, like all the grandchildren, money from selling the house. And she gets the biggest amount. And she's like, I guess it makes up for it. I'm like, nah, bitch. I had a house that was paid for and I was living in. And you kicked me out to give me money months later. What if I didn't have them? I would fight a bitch. I would fight a bitch so hard. Anyways, I don't like them. Anyway, so yeah, no, it's like a week later, if that, they're meeting the parents. It was fine. It was fine. 3 stars. That means I finished the series. The average rating of the series, because that is the thing I do in my tracker, is like 2.9. So I did 3 stars. Because this one was a 3, the first one was a 4.5, and the rest were 2 and 2.5s. That's great sign. Anyways, yeah, I'm done with that series. So woo. And then today I finally finished La Morte de Arte, which I also rated 3 stars. I'm gonna be honest. Most of it was just a lot of men doing battles or going on quests and me just being there like, so sir this guy and sir this guy and sir, like how many times do you say the word sir in one paragraph? Like, oh my god. There was at one point where I counted how many times King was in one chapter and it was like 12 times. It was insane. Right, and I'm gonna be honest, most of it not really my thing. Listen, I could write a whole term paper on Lancelot's character, and how he's treated. Like, he's like having this affair with Guinevere, but Guinevere gets mad at him because he is magically assaulted by this woman who makes him believe that he's sleeping with Guinevere, because everybody knows that they're together. Thinks that he's going to bed with Guinevere, but it's actually her, and then she ends up pregnant. And Guinevere's like, how dare you? And it's like, anyways, the last 2 books is when it got really good for me, which is the ones that I read yesterday and today. Because that's when, it gets to the point where people are like, Mordred starts betraying Arthur, and it's like, my dude, I think Lancelot be doing your wife. And they do catch him, but Lancelot is able to prove that technically, actually, that's not what they were doing, kind of. It saves Guinevere, but there's like a whole war that happens because of it, because in his attempt to stop them from burning Guinevere alive because of this. Yeah, that's a real thing I said. He has to like kill a bunch of people, including like other members of the round table, so like friends and coworkers, but also some of them are like cousins and like family of him. I think one of like his actual child was also there. I don't know. And so it becomes like kind of an issue, and there's like kind of a war because of it. Where it's the 2 sides of the round table. The round table's never the same again, and eventually after it's like, you right, but also still war. But then Mordred's like, hey, hear me out. Because he put Mordred in charge. He went, oh, hear me out? Cool. I'm gonna fake letters of your death. Try to force your wife to marry me. Until she has to, like, gather knights to, like, protect herself from me. and then try to fight a war against you, and then we kill each other in battle. What? What? That stuff was like less of the just constant battle scenes where I'm bored out of my mind, and more of like actual things were happening. Which I love for me. 3 stars. It was fine, though. Only have one more classic I have to read, and it's another of the 25 into the 25 done. Can you stop nosing me? Is my foot comfortable to lay on, perchance? Anyways, yeah, it's done. She done. I can put her back on my bookshelves after this, actually. Maybe when I do that, I'll get Oathbound down. Because I do have the audiobook, and I want to read it. There's so many chunky boys I want to read, and that's kind of an issue for this child right now. Listen, at least I know I have to read a manga tonight as well, so it's fine. It's fine. Right, Bella? We're gonna say it's fine. Oh, it's so cute. That's everything in this update, I guess. I'm gonna go. I have to do a bunch of meal prepping because I haven't been able to do it because I'm sick. And so because of that, I need an audiobook. But the audiobook I started is not good as an audiobook. So I gotta get a different book. If I DNF it, can I still count it for this? Though it's also for the 25 in 2025. It's so long. I don't want to read it. It's so long. It's not my favorite, but I will do it. I'll force myself to read it. You underestimate my power. Oh my god! Ah! I've been attacked by on camera. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. Okay, goodbye. Oh my, it's the next day. I am wet. I don't know if you can tell my glasses are wet. My dog is wet. I just walked her. And I want to make a snickerdoodle mug cake. Right? For dessert. I just ate dinner. For dessert. And watch it's Wednesday, so that means it's my favorite cozy to watch YouTubers weekly video. What the fuck? Bye! Anyways, so I'm just gonna eat. Oh hi! A mug cake, and come on up and watch her. And then I'm gonna wash my hair, and then I'm gonna go to bed and read my go-to in bed book, which I'll talk about at some point because I do plan to finish it. But before that, I need to update you. Also, I think the way it's gonna go for the rest of the month, because I need to at this point. It's the 24th, yeah. And I think I'm at 18? Wait, no. 5, 10, 15, and then I'm at 19 books, I believe. Yeah, the last one on this current row, and then 2 more. I gotta download the graphic. Fudge, Bella, fudge. Anyways, I think the plan is because of that, I'm gonna update you before I get ready for bed. Since I'm about to wash my hair. That's gonna be soon. And then that will be the plan. So that I don't have to pick up my phone like 16 times to do this. So yeah. And also the plan is to like have a mix of this shorter like mangas or shorter books or just pure audiobooks that are a little bit shorter. And the 400 plus page books, including the one that I read today. Oh, she's gotta clean her legs. Okay, she's cleaning her legs. I swear. She has to lick her legs whenever she goes out in the rain and gets them wet. I'd also like to know, she got something hot pink on the bottom of her foot, and I cleaned it up as much as I could last night, but she licked the bottom of her paw raw trying to get it off. So that's just like an open wound now. I have a beast. I did get cuddles last night, like all night long. Oh, like I'm getting them right now. I don't even care if you're wet, 'cause I'm wet too. And I'm gonna go take a shower soon anyways. Yeah, these pants gotta go in the wash anyways. Oh my god, your ears are soaking wet, puppy. Oh my goodness. See, this is why I don't put a raincoat on her, because she doesn't like the raincoat hood over her head, so it doesn't matter. Yes. Anyways, 3 books. Yesterday I spent like 4 to 5 hours meal prepping.
for like the whole time my sister's gone. Because a lot of stuff needed to be cooked, right? Like the meat needed to be cooked sooner rather than later. I would have done it all a day earlier, but somebody got sick. So the meat, which I turned into meatballs. There was a tomato I made into pasta sauce. Do not lick your foot. And then a bunch of other vegetables I chopped up and made into a stir fry, which is what I did today. I just had to reheat it, cook an egg, cook some rice, throw it all together. The end. Delicious. I am a chef. I'm a chef. It took me 10 minutes technically, but like while the rice was cooking, I was also feeding the beast. So, during that 4 hours, I read How to Be an Anti-Racist. You know, as this is the 1 5-star I have this month, I should know the title of it. It is, I guess it's my favorite of the month. Watch it happen. The 2 months I read the most amount of books this month in February. My favorite books will be nonfiction by Black authors. That is so funny to me. Anyways, I'm pretty sure Bell Hooks went, like, I made Bell Hooks my favorite for that month. If not, I'm a dumbass and I should have. Anyways, one good thing for this challenge is I picked this book up. Like, it was on my unofficial list of nonfictions that I wanted to pick up at some point, but I just never did until I was looking for nonfictions for like a day that I'm ill or something, and I can just listen to something. Because an audiobook is good for those days, and I prefer nonfiction as audiobooks, so it just makes sense. So I was going through for available now audiobooks, and that was there. And so I was like, yeah, this is one that I've heard good things about and I've wanted to read anyways. So I picked it up and it was due soonish, so I decided to read it yesterday, and hear me out, it's fucking good. I don't know, I've been trying to figure out how to explain the way that he writes. Slash narrates possibly, but the way he writes, it feels almost like welcoming or cozy. Like, not cozy as in, like, cozy mystery or cozy romances or anything like that, but, like, in general, like, it feels like a safe place type thing. So, like, even though these hard-hitting topics are going on, or whatnot, but you can still, like, feel ingrained in it and feel like you're understanding everything, you know what he's saying and all this stuff, while you're, like, doing menial tasks, like chopping up a whole entire eggplant, and cucumber, and tomato, and carrot. Like, I don't know. I don't think I'm explaining it well, but, like, moral of the story, he's a good writer. Wow, who would have guessed? This man who's written multiple books about this topic in general is a good writer. Wow. Anyways, yeah, 5 stars. It was good. If you somehow haven't read it, because apparently it came out in 2019. I did not remember that. I recommend. It's also a fun time reading it because a lot, not a lot, but a healthy amount is about stuff with Trump. And then reading it in a time where Trump was elected again is so fun. I did not tell you what this book is about. It's about general racist ideas in society and, kind of like the microaggressions type stuff that like some white people know about, and those little everyday things that like a lot of people probably do without even realizing it through the lens majority of his adolescence. There's like some of his like adulthood, early 20s aspect, and the last chapter is like him like as he was writing the book being diagnosed with cancer type stuff, but like most of his adolescence, like bullying the kid from Africa with a bunch of other students and stuff like that, and the wanting to play basketball and how that made him the stereotype of the black boy trying to do basketball to get out of the small town. Like, you feel what I'm saying? He uses his adolescence and his experiences doing these things and his knowledge of trying to be educated in this topic and going further, like actually being a professor of this topic, to be able to be like, hey,
This is a thing. Maybe we should talk about it. And it was good. I'm having an allergic reaction to rain and my dog. Hi. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, thank you for putting your nose on cam. We love it. We love it. Next thing, Persephone Station, which is one I seriously thought was gonna be an epic. I was at the point where I, on sticky notes, wrote down like 5 other books that are queer books that have been on my TBR for a while. That was like the whole reason why this one was on my 25 and 2025. And I was gonna like send my sister the list and have her pick one randomly, so it wasn't like one I purposely chose, but ones that I knew I could get from the library. Hoping that she would pick the one that she would know I have out from the library already, because we should have our Kindle accounts are connected. So she could know that I already have that one and go, hey, don't you already have that one? Yeah, you should read that one. I was 100% ready to fucking do that. But I was like, okay, let me, because I got like 6% in like 2-3 days ago. So I was like, okay, let me read like 5 more chapters, which should be a good chunk in this 12-hour audiobook. I don't know why. This book is over 500 pages. And let me just see if I end up liking more. The general idea, I rated it 2.5 by the way. General idea of this is it's your stereotypical sci-fi. I've read people compare it to like your stereotypical cowboy inspired sci-fi, where it's like all your basic normal sci-fi tropes and whatnot. I don't know much about cowboy movies, media, right? Or sci-fi to state one way or another on both those topics. I'm trying to get more into sci-fi books. But I will say that one of the comparisons was The Mandalorian, and I then went, hey, remember when the very opening of The Mandalorian was like that? Yeah, and then I was like, remember when The Mandalorian was good? And then I was like, what if I rewatch season 1 of The Mandalorian? And that's been my life for like the past 12 hours. Anyways, it's about this city that, you know, very crime riddled city, and there's a bunch of mercenaries that work for a crime boss that has a connection to an alien. Technically they're the aliens because they're the humans on this other planet, and they're indigenous life forms on this planet, but they have higher intelligence and are hiding themselves from humans. But there's a person in charge of the company that technically owns the planet who's all like trying to kill all the indigenous life forms to get their knowledge to save her daughter. And so it's the mercenaries trying to protect the indigenous life forms is the very basic premise of what is happening here. That's actually essentially the whole plot. It's just such a basic sci-fi, but where every character, like, it's all femmes or non-binaries. So I guess I'm trying to think of who the audience this is for, and it's not for new sci-fi people like me, like people who are kind of new into sci-fi, reading sci-fi, because I kind of found it boring. And it's not to people who have loved and been reading sci-fi for years and years, because from the reviews I saw, they found it boring because it's very basic sci-fi. So it's for the people who are still excited by sci-fi, like intermediate fans of sci-fi, and the she's and theys amongst those people. That's what the audience is for. Yeah. Also, I just have to bring this up. I know, as a person who occasionally tries to write her own book, it is hard to find other descriptors or ways from saying she said, or they said, or X character name said. But literally every single time. It would be, and I think the audiobook made this more obvious, because I would be reading along and my ears would just be like, well, what about this? Angel said. Well, then I guess we gotta move the ship here. Lou said. Well, why can't we do this? Rosie said. I'm trying to think of the characters' names. I don't think any of these characters were all in the same room at the same time, but that's beside the point. We gotta ask the aliens first, Kennedy said. Like, that's what it was. It was constantly just being blank character said, blank character said, blank character said, blank character said, for pages. For pages, like you could actively see it, and I was just sitting there like, what? I don't use a different word, please. I know, I understand. It's hard sometimes. I gotta force myself to remember this aspect when I'm writing, but please. Anyways, the whole reason I continue to read because of Kennedy's character, who is there's also this whole aspect of AI and how it's become like illegal. I love how this is pertinent nowadays. To make AI powerful enough to like put it in a humanoid-esque body, right? And so Kennedy is literally that. Kennedy is an illegally made AI with emotions. That's another thing. She has like full emotions. They figured, her mother, the doctor who created her, figured out how to put emotions in AI and then put that in a human body. And that is Kennedy's character. So Kennedy is working with other AI secretly that know that she exists to try to stop this other evil AI who is also given emotions, but it wants to like take over humanity. So she's trying to stop this evil version while trying to hide her identity and all this other stuff. And her character is actually fucking interesting. And that's the only part I liked. I liked Kennedy. That's it. What are you hearing other than me? No, they're not be your mother. I locked all the doors already. 2.5 stars. And then I read the manga that I told you I was gonna read yesterday. I finished that like 2 hours ago. I think it was volume 26, if you know that on. Which was essentially just the end of the most recent arc. And then essentially the rest of it is, there was like, I think it was in the last book or maybe the book before that where she first kissed Hawk for the first time. They kiss, right? And then he's all like, we gotta have a conversation. And it's dropped because it's like in the middle of this intense arc. It's back to, the second half is back to that where she's all like, oh shit. And then she overhears him talking about technically his fiance, even though they're not actually together. It's like kind of an arranged marriage type thing, but she's with somebody else now and he's off with Yona. Right? And so she overhears this and she's like, oh, I should tell him that he can go off and live his life because he shouldn't be here for me. And then he's all like, no, I'm not gonna leave you. I chose you. I'm not here because your father ordered me to like protect you. Cause screw that bitch, he's dead. I'm here because I wanna be. Cause I like you. And then this like whole conversation, very loud conversation, I don't want to say argument, but loud conversation about how they had this whole misunderstanding and he's trying to explain his whole situation with the engagement. Her overhearing that and her trying to explain that like she doesn't want him to feel like he has to be there. If he's gonna be there, she wants him to want to be there, but also she wants him to be there type thing. He does blurt that he loves her. I did get up, walk around my house a few times, and then sit back down and then read the last 3 pages. The way that's how the book fucking ended, I almost rated it 5 stars for that alone. It would have been the first one in the series that I've rated 5 stars. I did 4.5, but like, it was so close. Oh my god. And I was like, you know, as all this is happening, the 4 dragons and Yun are all on the side, watching them have this conversation / argument. They were there the whole time. When they started this conversation, they were there. And each time they say something, like, he'll start talking about his desire to be there for her through everything because she inspires him, and they start crying and they're handing out tissues to each other, and then he's all like, I love you, and all their faces are just shock, and it's just so funny but also so sweet. And I love the series. 4.5 stars. And that's everything. It only took me 17 minutes. I'm gonna go make this snickerdoodle mug cake. So I'm an adult woman. I'm somewhat healthy for like 24 hours. And I'm like, snickerdoodles, my dude. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna watch cozy YouTube. And I'm gonna wash my hair. And then I'm gonna drink tea in bed with my dog and read the book I've been reading in bed. The end. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. I better better finish a book tomorrow as well. I have multiple that I have that are also all due in like the next 5 days. And a good chunk of them are a little long. Just a little long.
Oh hi, I call this look. I just ate dinner and ate my lipstick off my face. Hi. I've decided I'm gonna take a little bath. I have to download the graphic again. I just realized this. I have only read one book today. Okay. Alright, we all need to accept that that's fine. I am going to start another one that's due, only be soonish. I'm assuming it's gonna be fast. I didn't know it was also Scottish historical romance. So funny. In a bath in like 30 minutes, and I'll go read my in bed one. Also, I brought down Earthbound. Over 600 pages. Okay, sure. It's 25 hours for the audiobook. I have done the math, and if I just read at least 2 hours every day, I can finish it. Can I do also the audiobook? And so we'll see. There's so many books I want to read. I just don't know time. It's fine. The book I read today was About So Bold and Deadly, which is the third and final book in the Cursebreaker trilogy by Bridget Kremer. I think that's her name. Hi. So not only is this also finishing a series, which is great because the one I'm about to, both the ones I'm reading right now are actually starting series. You want to get up on the bed? Go ahead. Important work getting the dog on the bed. Also, I forgot I have to mention my hoodie. A friend made hoodie, and I got the first one technically. It says book broth on the back, on the bottom of the tarot card on the back. Anyways, yeah, I got like the first one. I wasn't expecting it to come this week, even though it was supposed to, because of how much rain we've been getting. By that I mean an inch today alone. This is the third day out of 4. So I have a feeling it's gonna be a while before I do the workouts I need to do. I want them done by October. That's fine. I did at like 8 this morning slip and fall in the mud, and then spend 20 minutes outside digging a path in our yard to make the water go from our driveway into not our driveway, into an area I can go to safely. So that was fun. But book, I finished it. Not only finishing a series, but it's also a 25 in 2025. But also, because of it, I'm down to 800 now. It's gonna be 799 books on my TBR. So like so many great things for me reading this book. I don't know how in-depth to go because this is the last book in a trilogy. First one I gave 3.5 stars and I thought it was fine. Is one of the better, more inspired Beauty and the Beast retellings I've read. Like, it actually was a little different. A miracle, honestly. And then second one, I rated 4 stars. I'm like the rare person that like the second one, because the first one you're following the prince, his guard Gray, and Harper, a girl from modern DC. And she is taken to the castle to try to break the curse, blah blah blah. Eventually she does. And then in order to defeat Lilith, the evil sorceress, Gray is assumed dead. Right? And that is where we end off. And then the epilogue is like, actually Gray's alive. Book 2 is Gray learning that not only is his biological mother a sorceress of some kind, which is illegal, but also his bio dad is Ren's father, and he's the older brother, which means he's the rightful prince. And so it's a lot of him trying to be in hiding, because if anybody knows, they could kill him and or kill Ren to make him king, and he doesn't want that to happen, right? And then near the end of the book,
near the end of the book, he's found out trying to save people's lives, and Ren literally tortures him and a 15-year-old child to force him to give up the information on who the secret child is, and the secret child is Gray. And then he runs off with the princess of an enemy faction, who then becomes the queen of her kingdom, and they're working together. And then this one is the enemy faction. Like, the whole time, you're basically learning Red may actually be the villain, kind of. It's kind of like gray area, there's no black and white, right? I say with a character named Gray. Book 3 is following the Musa, I think that's her name. Something like that. And Gray over in the enemy faction. And Red and Harper over here in the faction we like thought was the good guys and all this stuff, right? And back and forth as they're fighting a war, essentially, or getting up to fighting a war, because Gray is all like, I guess I gotta kill you or else you're gonna kill me. And Ren is being forced by Lilith to fight a war because she wants to control their kingdom. And the best way to do that is if Gray's out of the picture, right? She knows she can control Ren, right? And basically, Ren and Harper's side is a lot of the same old stuff with Lilith over and over again that we've had before, but also they're having the same fight over and over again, in which they realize, hey, maybe we should just sit down and have a fucking conversation about what's happening in our lives, which is honestly I think everybody should do with this book, but that's whatever. The Gray and the other side, that's actually a fun time. I'm like one of the 5 people in the universe who like the second book, and that was my favorite part of this book as well, is Gray, because that like whole thing is actually interesting. Like, he's trying to learn magic and also train and control, like, rule the soldiers of this faction of like people that he has killed. Like, he has killed their friends and family members in war before from the other side, and now he has to direct them where to go and fight with them. And also, like, there's like a bunch of stuff where like people are scared of magic, so they're also trying to kill him. But he's also has the whole romance with the queen of this faction. I do love how in 2021, as soon as she threw up, I knew. So yeah, no, that whole thing's happening, and it's the Ren and Harper side is very basic until the last 2/3, and then Lilith makes some plays, and then it gets interesting. And the ending was meh-ish for me, but I did like it. 3.5 stars. I do want to note that I did not realize until I was like maybe halfway through this one, maybe a third, that all this happened because Ren slept with Lilith and then dismissed her afterwards, and she was initially trying to seduce his father, but he didn't fall for it, so she goes after Ren instead. And then because he doesn't treat her well, then she curses him and kills and tortures thousands of people. It makes them kidnap girls a lot, and it literally tortures them to death every day for it just to be reset every day. Like, that's like a thing that happened for like thousands of years or something like that, hundreds of years, something like that. And it didn't click in my brain until the Harper and Ren scene, which was closed door. Although it was closed door. So it's still YA. It didn't click in my brain that he was 17 when that happened, because the curse didn't start up until his 18th birthday. So he was 17 when this unknown age woman, but like she was at least in her 20s, but she's like an ageless, all-powerful sorceress, so she could be like thousands of years old. Who actually knows? Seduced a 17-year-old boy. And then didn't like when the 17-year-old boy didn't like her enough, and so did all this shit. And then I went, wait a second. Can we please have a conversation about this? Because Harper's the one that's like, yeah, that's thing you went through. And, cause like, that's like why they haven't been like that intimate, cause she's like worried about that whole aspect of the last time he was intimate with somebody was that situation. And she's all like, that's a lot for somebody to handle, and I don't want to pressure you. And I think that's kind of sweet. It doesn't go in, like, that's it for the essential aspect of that you get. Like, I would have liked it more, I think, if it went more into that, of like, we get a lot of the physical torture and abuse and very violent things she does. But we don't get the way that she's a adult woman who preyed on a 17-year-old boy. That's not talked about much. One scene, like, and by one scene I mean like a paragraph in the whole entire 400 plus page book. So I wish I got more into that, since it's in the book already. Like, it's at the point where it took me until like halfway through the third book to realize this was a thing. But yeah, I finished it, 3.5 stars. That one's done. I have so many other books to read. I'm gonna go read one of them that I don't have the audiobook of. Goodbye. Oh, I ignore this. It makes the cuddling of belly easier. You can see it. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. It is 4:30 p.m. on Saturday 27th. I didn't update you yesterday. This is what's gonna happen. Editing me, so I don't have to download the graphic once a day, is going to download the graphic for today and put that before this, and then there's gonna be this update and then another update for later today, because I plan to read a manga as well as other things. But I didn't finish a book yesterday, but I did get through majority of 2 separate books, which I just finished the other one. So that's why we're here now. I want to talk about those 2, especially one of them. One of them I really need to talk about. Right. And then I can read other books, and then I'll update you again later tonight. So there's that. First one was Right Story, Wrong Story by Tyson, the author of Sand Talk. I, a bitch, did finish all that physical labor outside today. I've been up since 7 a.m. That's how I finished it. I was reading it yesterday as I was doing housework, and then I was like, wait a second. I should probably do that tomorrow. Do some of it. I didn't plan to finish it today. My mother came over and helped. I say as it's her house, but that's beside the point. She came and helped, and so we got it done in like 2 hours. So I finished it then. Here's my thoughts. The first 2/3, it wasn't connecting with me as much as Sand Talk did, so I was like very mid about it. And then, you know, because like in my subconscious mind, my brain was like, in the back of my brain, I was like, hey, because like each chapter is connected with something that he's making. A lot in Sand Talk, I think it was boomerangs in every single one, but don't quote me on that. I know there was an ore in this one, but there was like a lot of like weapons and spears and weapons in general talked about. And there was like a certain kind of anger, right? Like, you know, when you can just feel that the anger is there, like they're not particularly yelling or screaming or saying angry things, but you can just feel it. And there was an anger, there was a vibe. And I was like, that's weird. And this became more noticeable after halfway through. For sure. And then around 2/3 of the way through, I don't know, because my phone wasn't on me at the time. It was like at the other end of the area, so I didn't pick it up to check how far I was in. But I did learn that his sister was murdered, and that explains so much about this book, at least that aspect. Because a lot of this book in general is more about violence, but also about technology, which is interesting. Anyways, 3.5 stars. It was fine. I prefer Sand Talk. The end. The one we need to talk about is The Prince Who Loved Me, which is the beginning of a series. And I did decide to continue it. Shut up. Because it was also my 25 and 2025. Also, I was like trying to find the audiobook. There was never an audiobook of this book. I don't know what's on with Simon Schuster for that. I know it came out over a decade ago. It came out in 2014. So I am going to spoil the ending of it. But first I'll tell you my rating, which is 3.5. It was fine. For Cinderella retelling, there was very little Cinderella. She's not even blonde. She's not blonde on the cover, but she's not blonde in the book. She's brunette. She wears a blue dress in one scene near the end of the book. There's a part in their first meeting scene. She doesn't know that he's a prince, and he doesn't know that she is the lady of a house. He just assumes that she's a servant, right? Because the way she is, and she does lose her slipper near the end of the scene, and it's not brought up until like the very last chapter when he does propose by putting the slipper back on her. The other Cinderella things, that part I would like to know. The other Cinderella things, she does have stepmother, who I'm side-eyeing so hard right now. Two stepsisters who she is very close with. She does do like a bunch of servant work in the house. Like, as far as I can tell, they don't have many servants, like maybe one or two. They're not a well-off family. She helps her father a lot with his inventions and work like that. Very, very the Beast coded in that way. And loves reading, but she's like helps out in the house in general, takes things between their house and the castle nearby, that this high up man owns, which is where the prince is staying, blah blah blah. So she does a lot of that stuff, but it's not like evil stepsisters and evil stepmother. I will say that it's more Cinderella coded than ACOTAR's Beauty and the Beast. So I'll give it that. It's that one pass, especially with the slipper thing. That part, actually kind of good. Anyways, so that's like a whole thing. There's also the aspect where like he doesn't know who she is and he's trying to figure out who she is after their first meeting. But like by chapter like 4, he figures it out. Because they go to, the family goes to the party, that his host is throwing. The thing is that she is a 24, nearly 26, but 24-year-old woman who does not do well in society. So she has decided she will never get married. They do kiss in the first chapter or 2. I don't remember. Reading it, you gotta get through the first like 15 pages. Because Bronwyn is very annoying in those first 15 pages. Hating on the female main character in a book that she's currently reading, which is so funny because every chapter of the books is like a snippet from that book that she's reading in the beginning of the book. And I don't know why, but it is happening in the book, I guess. Yeah, no, he figures out who she is. He's all like, I must seduce her. And she's all like, dude, no. I kind of like you. And I am into you. But, like, I have a life. Right? There's a whole thing where her stepmother wants her younger stepsister, the older of the two stepsisters, who's like 16, 17, to marry the prince. And the prince's grandmother is conniving to try to make him get married as well. And so he makes up this plan to, in public, be courting Bronwyn because she's not the perfect lady, so she wouldn't make a good princess, according to the grandmother. And so he's trying to do that in public to make his grandmother change her mind, while also in private seducing her so that they, right, that is the plan. I would like to know, all this is in the synopsis, that's part's in the synopsis. It doesn't happen until like a third of the way through the book. She overhears this and she's like, okay, fine, I'm gonna make him fall in love with me and I'm gonna break his heart. Which is so fucking dumb for so many reasons. Anyways, neither one of them do their jobs properly. They're clearly falling in love with each other, blah, 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 blah. The stepmother's still trying to push Sorsha upon the prince, who is the older of the step-siblings. There's this whole side plot, which I really want a book of them, and I know it's not gonna happen because this book came out in 2014. The series is finished. But, about Alexei, the prince, is best friend, and her stepsister Sorsha, kind of have an enemies to lovers arc that happens in the background of this whole entire book. That, like, if you blink, you don't see it. But I was kind of into it. And then next thing you know, they're actually
spoilers for the ending. I will talk about that in a hot minute. Anyways, it's a lot of like him trying to not fall in love with her while seducing her, and then oh my god, they're in love, but they get caught. They get caught. She is caught coming out of his room where he is not dressed at all. Right? So there's this whole big scandal. And then her sisters talk her into going to the dinner the next night so that she can have a conversation with him, right? That's when the blue dress comes in. And then her stepmother, this is where we get to my issues, okay? Stepmother locks her in her room, her portion of the house. She has, like, essentially the nursery to herself. Locks her in. Honestly, I don't know how she didn't, like, you've known Bronwyn for, like, she was 16, I think, when her father married her, so she's known her for, like, 8 years. I've known Bronwyn at this point for 300 pages, and I know this bitch was gonna climb down that tree and something wrong would happen. Okay? Shut the fudge up, stepmother. Anyways, so she does that. They go to the dinner, and then connives a plan with Alexi's grandmother to have Sorsha alone in a dim library and sneak him into the library under false pretenses, and then have them caught by the owner of the house and or castle, and the grandmother and the stepmother. Three of them get them together and then force him to choose between them. And it was very funny when I did guffaw out loud and laugh really loud when the best friend comes up after they're like trying to make this whole big deal about this, and it turns out Sorsha and him got married like 2 days prior and just didn't tell anybody because her mother was very rude about that whole situation. She's very pushy about wanting her children to marry earls and whatnot, but doesn't care about that happening to Bronwyn and all this stuff. I wish there was, you know, it's giving me the vibes of the Wallflower Wager. I think that's the third one in the Duke series by Tessa Dare, where a lot of people don't think of anything of the female main character, right? Except he does, and he makes his opinions known about that, and Alexei doesn't. Like, in his head, yeah, but not out loud. And actions, words, speak them out. Like, please. I would have liked him more then, honestly. Anyways, so yeah, he's all like, actually, we've been married. And Sorsha's like crying in her arms. She's like, nothing happened. Oh my god. And then the stepmother, well, I guess the mother, because she's the mother of her, but the stepmother is all like, how dare this happen? You are a nobody. And then the uncle, the best friend is also nephews of the guy who owns the castle. And the guy who owns the castle is all like, actually, I'm just gonna give him the castle to run. So they'll have money and a home, because somebody needs to live here in order to upkeep. So yeah, they can have the castle. So right, and then you learn, like, it's very clear that all this was a setup by the grandmother and stepmother, right? But not the way you're thinking, because apparently this whole book was planned by theirs, because they quickly realized that Bronwyn and the prince were into each other. And so this whole scheming, since he was all like, I'm going to scheme against my grandmother, all of that was them to make them fall in love. And then, right, have this whole situation happen with Sorsha in the library and blah, 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 because then he'd be forced to choose between the two of them, and because her pride is so strong, then he'd be able to show that he chose her, instead of being forced into this situation because betrothal, because of being caught in the same bedroom together when he was naked, and all this stuff, right? That was their scheme. That was their whole, everything was their whole scheme. I hate that. Anyways, he's obviously like, bitch, what the fuck? And then the stepmother's like, well, I locked her in her room. And Sorsha was like, bitch, what the fuck? And then he runs off. She's coming out of a tree and almost dies. He saves her, proposes, they're in love. 3.5 stars. I will read the next one. But that one is a Robin Hood retelling. And that's why.
you know, the stuff with the grandmother and the stuff, like the last 25%, I was very worried about what was going to happen in the stepmother aspect. I knew something was going to happen, right? Because it's a Cinderella retelling. And so I was worried. I was not having a good time, but I was having a good time, but I was stressed about that. And then that happens. And I'm like, wait a second. What the fuck you on? What are you talking about? That makes no sense. Anyways, it was a good enough romance. It was a good enough romance that I read it in 2 days with just my eyeballs and all this other shit I've been doing. So, there's that. Bella is sleepy. So I'm gonna leave her be and I'm gonna go read manga, maybe a graphic novel. Kill me, I just remembered I have 8 books and we're more than halfway through day 4. 4 days left. Less than 4 days left. That's what I'm trying to say. We have like 3 days plus a few hours. And there's many long books that are all due the next 3 days because somebody has issues. And that somebody is me. Is the lighting shit? Yes, but we're taking it. I can... Nope, that made it worse. That somehow I gotta just stand over here. It's like after 9:30, yeah. And I'm probably... Like, I'm not gonna finish any more books after Yona the Dawn. I just remembered I have to download the graphic again. Fuck. After Yona the Dawn, volume 27, which is the last one I have right now. I did make a good chunk of progress, an adequate chunk of progress in the 25-hour audiobook. That is my next read, because that one's due at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. So, and you may be like, why do that now? And the answer is, the wait list for it is like multiple months, and the fact that I managed to get it so early is a miracle. I say that I've been waiting for like 3 months. So I don't want to have to put it on hold again. That's why I will suffer through the pain, and I have another graphic novel I could read and plenty other shortish books. Anyways, I'm pretty sure you can see the wall over here. Oh my god. Yeah, that's slightly better. Yona the Dawn, volume 27. That's the last one. I'm at the point where I have to keep on putting them on hold, which is fine. It's whatever. I'm also at the point where they were coming out in 2018 instead of 2017. Wild. This one is just the beginning chapter is basically Yona trying to handle the fact that at the end of the last one, Hawk told her that he loved her, and him being like, yeah, my life's kind of like great, like now that I told her this, it's like a weight off my shoulders. And he's like, don't worry, you don't have to like do anything about this. This is just a thing I feel. And there is one cute moment. Anyways, yeah. And she's meanwhile panicking because she's also into him. Right? But she's all like the princess and all this stuff. But most of this one is set up for the next arc, which I should have been expecting because the last one was mostly ending the most recent arc. The next arc is one I was expecting sooner, honestly, which is apparently everything that's happened throughout the whole entire series so far, where she and the dragons are helping out the people in general, fighting in all these wars, doing all this stuff. People are starting to notice. I mean, if you have one guy with a giant lizard arm, a guy who can fly, an indestructible guy, but people don't really pay attention to that one. Hawk, that everybody knows. Everybody, like all the big important people know who Hawk is, right? Because he's one of them originally. And then a guy with a weird mask who's also a good sword fighter. And then a red-haired girl shooting people with bows and arrows. Right? Like, how often does that happen? Right? Especially in ancient Japan. So people are starting to notice that this is a pattern. And they're like, because of the last arc, people have realized the red-haired girl, actually Yona. That's the supposedly dead princess Yona. And those are the dragons of the Red Dragon King. And the dragons originally are viewed as, I just realized the camera's slowly sliding. I'm ignoring it. They're originally like viewed as gods, especially in the fire tribe and whatnot. Because dragons fire makes sense. I'm not ignoring it. Is this better? Is this better? Ignore all the stuff on my sister's vanity. Anyways, so this whole next arc is essentially, it set up, like, people in the fire tribe, who she's close to one of the princes of the fire tribe, right? Or I guess it's, because the old general of the fire tribe is dead now, so it's the second son of that guy. He, like, knew that she was alive, and she helped him out previously, and now he's, like, helping her out a lot and keeping her secret, right? And so she shows up to help him because they're gonna be attacked. And so they go there, and people are starting to notice this, and because of the god aspect, and also they're in the fire tribe, and they've helped the fire tribe out 2 or 3 times now, it's gotten to the point where, there's kind of like a religious fervor about it. Not only is she being noticed, especially for the good that she's doing, and people are clocking that is the princess that's supposed to be dead. That's suspicious, that's weird. But also that she's doing more good than the current king. She's showing up, fighting the bad guys, solving the drug issues, the trafficking issues, the war complications with other factions, like all this stuff. She's doing it. The food shortages, she's doing it herself. Not the king. And he fucking stole the throne from her. Okay? So people are clocking this shit. And they're like, hear me out. So it's setting up this whole idea that I'm assuming that people are gonna be like, why not Yona? I also wonder if they're gonna do a thing where they try to marry the two of them together. Because that was the thing when her father was alive, was that she was in love with him and she wanted to marry him, and her father was like, nah, I'm never gonna let that happen, because he sensed the evil vibe of him, right? And then I guess they're also technically cousins. That's like also a thing. But also there's like the whole aspect where like he killed her father and a bunch of other stuff. So like she's the rightful ruler, I guess, but she's a woman, but she has the protection of gods, aka the dragons, and she's doing all this stuff for the people, but he's like the king right now, taken via power, so the people, the men in charge, like the higher up men, are all about him, but the people are all about her. So it may be a thing where, like, because the people who work for him are all like, hey, this may become an issue, so it may become a thing where they try to marry them off to each other. That's my theory on what's gonna happen at some point, especially since it's become a thing kind of recently where I think his name's Suwan. Don't quote me on that. There is like rumors that he's gay because he doesn't hang out with any woman, and it's heavily hinted at. It's because, well, he's very feminine most of the time, but it's hinted at that it's actually because the one woman he's ever loved is Yona, and he betrayed her so greatly that like that could never come to fruition. But like, so that's like a thing where the people are like, hey, we'd like if you married a woman. And so there's like the daughter of the water chief, who is also friends with Yona and friends with him. She's all like, hey, why do you keep me around? He's all like, just squelch those rumors. Because people think we're gonna get married. So maybe that's a thing. That they'll try to marry Yona and him together to make the kingdom better and protect the kingdom and make it all unified again. Maybe. Anyways, I don't know what the point of that rambling was. It's 9:30 p.m. You can't blame me. I rated it 4 stars. Still good. My dog's cute over there in bed. I'm gonna go. Probably read one of the books that I'm reading in bed. There's like one that I'm purposely reading in bed, so I'm hoping to finish it in the time for this as well. See. Oh, I'd sit on the bed with Bella, but she's right where I'd have to sit. Being very cute. I gotta put the book cover on. It's apparently been off the book since April 2nd. by the way, it is the 29th, the second to last day. And I still have to read 6 books. I didn't update you yesterday. Again, it's gonna be the same thing. Okay? That happened before, where I didn't update you and the graphic will happen for end of day data, and then I'll just update you throughout the day. Anyways, I didn't update you yesterday because I didn't read anything until 5:30 p.m. Blame the ocular migraine. I also have one today, but I was smart about it and took meds as soon as I got up because of it, so that's good. And I didn't do that until like 3 p.m. yesterday, so that's why. And then I spent the majority of the time. So the issue was that I like knew which book I was going to be reading, which was this one. Yeah, this 650 page beast. Anyways, I knew that I was going to be reading this, which takes brain power. And the issue with that is ocular migraine. Also, reading it physically, that made it, like, at least when I'm trying to make sure the inner page of the cover isn't bent. At least when that happens and I'm doing my Kindle, I can turn down the brightness and affect the brightness. Also, text size is, like, kind of small in these. So, like, that also causes an issue with that. So, I wasn't reading. And you might be like, bitch, wait, wasn't that book due today, technically, at 9 a.m.? Yeah, at the library, that's where you're reading it. Yeah, I did return it. And then I remembered, like, 3 days earlier, Audible was like, hey, come back for a free trial. So, with my free trial credit, I got the audiobook of this bad boy. Also, that way I could up the audiobook speed. Also, I'm actually really glad I did that. One, because I have it now, which is great, because I'm honestly gonna reread this. Because obviously it's 5 stars. Right? In case you don't know, Legendborn is my favorite book of all time. I'll talk about it in a minute. So I got an Audible, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I'm fine with that because with the premium catalog, you also, like, get all the, or premium, you get all the premium catalog books. And there's this one book that's, like, 700 pages or something like that I want to read for another vlog, but it's so long, and I can get the ebook on Kindle Unlimited, but, like, doing that without the audiobook sounds painful, no matter how good people say it is. And it's on the premium catalog. And so I'm, like, really happy about that. I'm gonna try to read that in the next, like, 2 weeks, so I don't forget and then I can cancel my subscription, right? But I read about half of it yesterday, and then I finished it today, along with reading other things yesterday. I'm making progress on other things. 5 stars, right? My thing, okay, so, like, the first 20%, I didn't actually have a good time. So, when I say 5 star, it's, like, a low 5 star and my least favorite of the series, right? Like, the last, like, 10% hitting. I had a great time. Because a special character that, my favorite character that you get mentioned, like, 3 times throughout the whole entire book. My wonderful Cell. And then he shows up near, the last 10%. He actually shows up. And he's all like, what if I become everybody's problem? And I go, fall chaos. And I went, I'm still single, Cell. I know by the time the last book comes out, I will definitely be a decade older than him. I'm currently a decade older than Brie. Reminder, I started this series when I was 21. So, that pains me physically. I was, like, barely older than Cell and Nick. Like, a few years. Handful of years. Like, they are the same age my sister was when I started it. And that pains me. Anyways, so, yeah, no, Cell, everyone's separated in this book, at least for the first half. Everyone's separated. There's the amnesia trope. I don't know why we have the amnesia trope in 2025. There's an in-world explanation that makes sense. Why? But I still hate it. It did cause a lot of chaos and fun times and me giggling along with another character when, all these characters who, like, are in the same area, but she knows, like, none of them, and I'm dying laughing. We have the one bed trope. Love that. You know what I don't love? How in book one of my favorite scenes, there's this shirtless Cell scene. Right? And for some reason, we get basically the same exact thing, but with Nick in this one. And it's a lot of Nick and Bree romance. And I kind of get it because the second one was a lot of Cell and Bree. And so this one being Nick and Bree, it makes sense. Kind of. But like, can I just have my three together? Can they just be together? I did at one point, you can see the tabs where when I started this, in which I didn't finish the prologue even, because that's like 5 parts. Why the fuck is it 5 parts? I don't know. But I just went through and with pencil very lightly like marked what I want to annotate with code of what color which means which characters. Nick officially gets his own character or color. I don't. Purple for the first 2 was Nick and or other characters, because he was rarely in the books. And when he was in the books a lot, like in Legend Board, I mean, I've been a Cell girl since day one. You can't put a goth bisexual who's super powerful and an infinity with death who was in love with his best friend for years in front of me, and then that best friend or that friend and him who's no longer has a crush on are now in love with the same girl. Like, you can't do that to me and not expect me to fall in love with them, okay? I love Cell. When that happens, they either become a child of Nico, D'Angelo from Rick Riordan, or I love them, Cell. If you don't know, Cell, Tracy Dion had a thing. I don't, like, on her website where you could download, art versions of the 3 main characters, Nick, Bree, Cell, for phone backgrounds. And I, for like a good few years, would switch between Cell and Bree, and for the most part, it was Cell. Though I do like if there was this version of Bree with like her knife on her thigh, I would love that actually. Also, I love how when I went to read this initially, I thought this was Cell. This is not Cell. I know who this is. I hate this man. So does Cell. It's okay. Which, that revelation near the end of the book makes something very funny, because I have the bonus section because I got exclusive edition from Barnes and Noble. There's like this whole aspect at the end where it's like different parts of the book, but with like if Cell were to like read them and what his notes would be, and one of them was a bunch of characters he would kill, including this guy. That knows. But also the end of the list was anyone who hurts Bree, that hurt me. And then there was like, he also, the note of when the first Nick and Bree kiss happened in this. The note from Cell was just, no comments. That hurt me a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. Anyway, Cell wasn't in this, really, until the very end. And that hurt me. Did I enjoy it 20 times more as soon as Cell showed up? Yes. Well, as soon as all the main characters were in the same area, honestly, I think is more like it. Because everybody was separated for most of the book. And again, they finally got all back together after everything that happened in the second book. And then they all get separated again. And I'm just sitting there like, oh my god. Like, and they all be in the same room. Anyways, I do like Nick more. Because he is spitting bars about how the order works and the ingrained racism and homophobia and sexism and misogyny and blah, 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 all isms that are ingrained in how the society works. He was all like, I thought it was a racially broken, but no, that's like how they made it on purpose and all this stuff. So I do like him more. I love Cell. I would like to know Cell's last line. Literally the last line of the book is Cell's last line too. I was freaking out to the point where I did put a marker on my stream so that I can put it here at some point of me reacting to it. So have fun with that. 5 stars. I'm trying very hard not to spoil this. Can you tell? It's 5 stars. I did love the ending. I loved a lot of it. It's just some of it was annoying to me, and it wasn't my favorite. I didn't like what it was doing at some points because of that. Right? but I can still like enjoy it while that's happening, right? I don't know if I'm making sense. This is also is caught up. I'm caught up with the series, so that's like takes off of the actual actively reading series, so that's great. And also, it's another 25 in 2025. That's another reason why I want to read this because in the series, but also, now I'm more than halfway done with that, with 3 months left in the year, but that's beside the point. I'm just gonna leave that on that desk next month. I will at some point go through and actually put my annotations in. I did start writing actual notes in the margins around the last quarter because enough things were happening that were making me go, bitch, what the fuck? But yeah, that's my review. 5 stars. I need more Cell in my life, but I gotta wait multiple years. I'm just gonna go reread all my favorite scenes in Legendborn after tomorrow. Watch me. I will. That's that. Cue the Twitch clip.
We're back here. I don't feel good. It is the next day. 2 things. I read last night before I went to bed. Like, I was in bed, so that's why I didn't update you again yesterday. But I did read all of The Night Masquerade, which is the third and last book in the Binti series. So that's finishing another series. I'm giving it 3 stars, which is the same thing I gave the second one. My thoughts and opinions of the series is, if you want to read it, read the first one, and then there's like no need for a sequel. I don't know why. It's fine. 3 stars. I gave this series itself, I think, 3 stars because I think it was like a 3.3333, right, for the average. And I only do like full and half for my stats stuff, so I was like, okay, I'll just do 3. I could choose either one. It's like right in the middle, so I went with, I think, 3, because technically the one I really liked was the first one, right? It was fine. The end. Another thing, I got 22%, just under a quarter, into this month's September's book club pick, right? Which was Catherine House. And I have elected to DNF it. Here's the thing. I was gonna wake up this morning. I was gonna finish that, read the very funny vampire romance. I don't think it's supposed to be funny, but I'm having a great time. That I've been like reading before bed every night. I was gonna finish those 2 and then also read the first 3 of the Amazon collection, original stories collection, of the bunch of different authors, but the monster small ones, that lack of a better word, they're all monster romances as far as I can tell. I did learn that there was a different one that was first, which was, I think, February of last year, but all the authors for it are either authors that I don't plan to like ever read from, I don't think, and the only one that I remember reading anything from, I DNF'd. Right? So I was gonna originally just read 3 of those and read 2 actual novels, finish 2 actual novels that I was already partially through. Except I woke up and I feel like shit. It's already 1. It's already 1. I'm pretty sure a branch just hit my roof because that's how windy we are. And I feel like shit, and I've only read 1 book today. And it's the last day, right? So that's fun. Catherine House, I was not liking it. It was giving a little bit of Alex Stern from Ninth House. Like a little bit of a similar character, right? Like every time I was like reading it while it did stuff and whatnot, every time I would hit play, which I did listen to like hour of my actual life, right? It was like she would remind me, the main character would remind me of Alex Stern just enough where I'd be like, well, what if I just reread Ninth House? and remembering that we are supposed to get a third book at some point. And being excited for that, despite the fact that Hellbent was a letdown for me. Right? 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 One of my favorite memes, and then I remembered one of my favorite memes from that book series, from fans of that series, is that the fans are like, just let Darlington get on his knees. Man just wants what he wants. Okay. And I stand by that. Anyways, I was having a much more better time thinking about that series, rewanting to read that book, even though I already reread it this year. I think I reread it January of this year. So, right? Mixed with all the parts I disliked about Never Let Me Go. The kind of like culty, weird aspect, about the secret society group, except it's like Catherine House, which is like this college type thing, in which the main character is like the only one who is not like anybody else and feels a little weird about it all, and like all this stuff. And also the fact that, like, at least, okay, here's why Never Let Me Go I was somewhat better than this one, even though I didn't finish this one. I did look up some reviews. Never Let Me Go actually had answers, and those answers, like that main revelation in that one, actually kind of good, kind of hits. But also, like, there's no plot, it's all character based. That's not usually my type of book, right? Unless if it's required and for some fucking reason. And so you take that, and then but also Catherine House doesn't have answers, apparently. It's just character based, being like, what if you were in a school system that was actually a cult, right? The end, that's it. Apparently. I was gonna look up something, I don't remember what it was. Apparently ending was like meh. Yeah, no, also the main character is just constantly drinking and then doing partying and all this stuff, and then act surprised when, like, life isn't lifing for her. One of my favorite reviews I saw was DNF'd at 50%, because if I listen to one more second of this, I'm gonna cry. That was me realizing that it was gonna take me 3 more hours to finish it. I was like, no. Which is funny, because this other review, somebody I trust who rated it 5 stars, like, compared it to Annihilation, where it's just like this open-ended ambiguity story, whatnot. And I do like Annihilation, but, like, there's something for me to attach to there in Annihilation. Like, a bunch of weird shit's happening, okay? And I do really like the first 2, because, yeah, there's a lot of weird shit happening, and, like, in my brain, I'm like, what is happening? But also, like, all this stuff is happening, and I just am letting it happen. Like, in my brain, I'm just like, okay, this is what's happening. Cool. I'm not gonna expect any answers, right? Catherine House, you don't get any answers, but also nothing's happening. It's just vibes. And I guess that's cool, but I don't actually like that. Really? Like, I love gothic stories too, but I wanted to actually have substance, and it didn't have substance for me. That's a moral story, so I probably would have rated it 2 stars, and I got very sad thinking about having to spend 3 hours of my life trying to finish it, especially while I still have an ocular migraine. It's been 3 days. We're on day 3. I slept in until like 9:30. My poor dog. Meanwhile, yesterday she came up at 7:30 to be like, bitch, get the fuck up. I don't know why she didn't do that today, but can Amazon, for the love of God, stop making, whenever I finish a book on my Kindle, automatically making it a part of my challenge? It pisses me off every time. Anyways, so I DNF'd Catherine House officially this morning. I didn't read anymore today, so, like, technically yesterday. And there is, like, the one other one on my Kindle that I was talking about, the one that I've been reading before bed. I have decided I'm not gonna try to finish that today. I could, like, according to my Kindle, I have like 2.5 hours left. I could do that technically, but I don't want to. Hear me out. that makes more sense for the next few days when I'm editing this piece, because I haven't edited any of it yet. It makes more sense for me to read it then. Right? Because it's something easy for me to read. Simple. So like, yeah, no, it makes more sense for me then. Which means, now we get to talk about the one book that I've read so far today, which is Hot for Slayer by Ali Hazelwood, the first of that Amazon collection, because I'm gonna read at least 5 of them. There's 6 of them in the series, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm like 98% sure. There's 6 of them. It's called This Scared Sexy. That's so funny. Have I read a book by you? There's one called Space Vampires. I have read a book by you. Oh, this is the Meat Mishaps author. Okay. I am a little worried because the second one is Christina Lauren, and the last time I read a Christina Lauren, I really hated it, and I think that one's based on the cover, an angel one, but anyways, there are 6, and I have 5 spaces, so I may read all 6 today, and it may actually be 31 books in 30 days, and then we can talk about stats and whatnot. The main reason why this wasn't initially the plan, is because, listen, I was talking about this on stream yesterday, in which I was like, I'm worried whenever I read like 28 books in a month or something like that, and then like 3 of them are manga, people are like, well, that's because you read manga. And so if you read actual books is the general vibe I get, especially since most of the books that I did read, I read via audio, and people are able to listen to are like, audiobooks aren't real books. So the fact that I've already read multiple novellas and also multiple mangas, I was like, kind of like, I was like, I don't want the last 5 to be novellas again, because then people may be like, hey, this isn't really, you didn't do it, but also I'm chronically ill, so kick my ass. My chronic illness is acting up. Fight me. And you will be able to kick my ass right now because I feel like crap. But 2, as somebody said in stream, who gives a fuck about those people? Just read the books you want to fucking read. That's kind of the point of this also, is to force me to mood read, because I never actually do, even though I like it so much more. So like, just read the books. I went, you're totally right. So shout out to Shan for that yesterday. So yeah, I'm gonna read these 6 books. I'm gonna read at least 5 of them, but I'm gonna read these 6 books. Anyways, the first one, not for Hot for Slayer, that's what it's called, which is the Ali Hazel one again. She's the first one again. I think I'm gonna go with 4 stars. I can't decide between 4 and 4.5. I would like to remind everyone that Ali Hazel was the only one I liked in the last one. We're moving on from that fact. You know, she hit it off again. It's about centuries old, like millennium old, vampire, and the vampire hunter who was created specifically to hunt down her line. She's just vibing in New York City when another vampire tries to kill her, and then he beats up that vampire, and in the fight gets a concussion and has amnesia, and so she's trying to like kind of help him out because she feels bad because he did just save her life, right? And then he's all like, listen, there's no way I hate you because I am very into you. And they're making out. And then the vampire comes back and there's another fight. And he gets his memories back. And he's all like, yeah, no, so actually for like the past like 400 years, I haven't been trying to kill you. I thought you were actually, I realized that you're not actually a soulless creature. And all the stuff they taught me in the group that I was sold into and forced to be their slave killer, technically. Right? You were actually just like a person trying to live, and so I just watched you be a person, and on top of that, be a good person. I would like to know the type of people she eats is evil CEOs, and I love that. Thank you. Also, I love how it's a vampire romance in which the female's a vampire. You know, when most vampire, as somebody who's also reading another vampire romance right now, most of the time it's a male vampire. I like that it's not this time. Anyways, so yeah, no, there's like basically this whole thing where like for 400 years he hasn't been trying to kill her because he realized she's a person, right? And then, and then slowly, he was like, he always knew she was hot, but slowly he's like, but she's like really hot. So now, so then he fell in love with her. And it wasn't like just lust, it was like learning so much about her from afar, like actually fell in love with her, and he continued to fake try to kill her because that was the only times he could be close to her, and even then, even though it wasn't violence, it made him feel something again. And so now these two essentially immortal millennium old beings who are built to kill each other are now together forever, not lonely, and it's very fucking cute. 4 stars. The sex scene was kind of not good, which is the reason why it's 4, not 4.5. But it was a good book. What can I say? It's 92 pages or something like that. It was the longest one I've read so far out of these. Anyways, I'm gonna go read the Christina Lauren, which is Falling, which is I think the last one's gonna be a cracking one. Interesting. Also, if I remember properly, I think the Katie Robert is don't quote me on this, but like a sleep paralysis demon. I feel like I heard about a sleep paralysis demon romance recently ish, and I think it's this one. I think that's what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna go read that. I will talk to you when I finish a series. Probably I'll probably like just like quickly write down my ratings for each one, and then I'll come at the end and tell you, and then we'll talk about stats. Cool. Oh hi, I lied to you. I'm actually updating you after I read the next two. So editing's gonna have to put in the graphic, and then this goes in afterwards in 2 parts. Also I'm labeling the third one's rating right now. That's what I'm doing right now. Also my mom's supposed to be home in like be here in any minute, so I gotta do this fast. Anyways, I felt like I needed to talk about these immediately because I rated both of them 2 stars, because they both made me feel icky for different reasons. Falling is about a guy who was cursed like centuries earlier, kind of like a fallen angel Cupid thing, and basically he's cursed until he finds his wife, his true love, reincarnated again, right? And he's accepted that will never happen, blah, 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 blah. He feeds on people's desire. And part of that, like a lot of the time he just goes to parties to feed on people's desires then. This is a Halloween party, by the way. This takes place during Halloween, on Halloween, at a Halloween party. She has recently moved to the area. The first friend she ever made, the only friend really she's ever made, is Jake, who was her boyfriend, though she breaks up with him on the night of Halloween, because he's kind of a jerk. She breaks up with him over text, and he just replies with a thumbs up emoji. But that gives you kind of that he is. right? I want to say the love interest angel guy's name is Brigand, but I don't know if that's right. Jake and Brigand, complete opposites. That's just a thing. Anyways, his thing is that, like, he's at this Halloween party that she's also at, right, that Jake brought her to, that is, like, a friend of his party, and Angel Guy, in feeding, like, he can feed off their desires at the party, but also, this is the part this is where we get icky. Oh, you don't notice. You know that I also have tummy issues today, too. He basically, he can control people, and if he just has eye contact with somebody, no matter the gender, they will just immediately fall in lust with him, and then he can get them off as many times as he wants to feed off their desire, and then just leave, and they won't remember it. And I would like to note, bringing up how icky on consent that is, bringing that up. Like, at one point in his head, he's all like, brings up the idea of consent and question of consent. But what else am I supposed to do? Is like, doesn't negate that he has spent centuries, possibly, unconsensually and like, these women don't know what is happening afterwards. Like, like, immediately just woof. And the Twilight parallels are also brought up where, like, she's the only one that his powers don't work on. So obviously he immediately falls for her, but he's all like, I have to leave because there's no way she can be my true love, even though like his true love is supposed to be the one who notices or doesn't notice. Is this when my mother comes home? Notice who he actually is and all this stuff. He's like, there's no way it could be this girl who my powers don't work on and actually really likes me. Anyways, they bang at the party, and it's the first time that, like, actual consensual, so it's different to him. And yeah, she's his reincarnated love. The end. You can pick up why I don't like it. I'm not listening to hear yet. I'm just hearing things. Anyways, so I guess this is the curse of what is their name? Christina Lauren. I should change that as multiple authors instead of just women. I know that they're both women, but it should be multiple because there are multiple authors. That is Christina Lauren. I don't know why multiple people need to write a 50-page book. I think this is actually, that was the shortest one on the list, actually. Spicy Little Curses. My first JT Jessinger. Follows a guy. So Petra. The reason why I remember her name, because I just finished it 5 seconds ago. She is a reporter. She's in New Orleans, reporting on supernatural, spooky things happening in New Orleans. Except she doesn't believe, from Chicago, by the way. She doesn't believe in the supernatural. And then one of the things people talk about is this tattoo artist who people die around him, and his tattoos aren't actually made from ink. They're made from shadows. And so she goes to question him. I think it's supposed to be banter. Dude, this relationship is the driest of all of them. And, like, they all have, like, one forced-in sex scene. Listen, I'll give Falling this. I will give Falling this. It's written in plot-wise why they're having sex. Which is called, he feeds off of it, I guess. Hot for Slayer was actually just kind of hot a little bit in the beginning because she was just drinking his blood, and he had been in love with her for 400 years. So that one made sense. This one, no. The sex scene was just out of the blue at a party. A masquerade party, I think. Of magical people. After multiple days. After multiple days. Of him, like, being like, stay away from me, because he is cursed. And all this stuff. That's what the ink's about. And whatnot. And her trying to find information about this curse from the specific voodoo witch. Then they just go into a library and bang, and then go to a grave. Listen, I'm jumping ahead. Anyways, he's cursed, where one of his descendants used the soul of some woman, I think, I don't know. It wasn't explained well. To become a great tattoo artist many centuries ago. And so now it's cursed. The family line is cursed, right? To basically every woman who falls in love with the men of the family killed as soon as they fall in love with him. Right? He's the last of his line. And he's all like, the curse will die with me, all this stuff. And so he's all like, you have to stay away from me because you could die. And, like, the curse is already being awoken with her. Like, her name's already on his skin, which is, like, another thing. All the women's names are written on them. And there's, like, hundreds on his skin. Like, it's almost his whole entire body. And he's a big guy. And so it's like, that's a little suspicious. That's weird. They just met. How did that already happen, right? Also, she can see the Shadow Man, who is a personification of this curse and who's going to take her soul. It turns out he is actually Matthias, like the ancestor who officially made the deal. So, and she does find kind of poetic irony that he does, the one who started the curse is the one that has to actually hurt his descendants over and over and over again by taking the woman they love's souls over and over and over again. That is kind of iconic. Whoever made that curse, chef's kiss. Anyways, turns out she's adopted, and she is secretly descended from the line of the original witch who put on the curse. And so, with blood magic, somehow she breaks the curse. But at the very end, the epilogue, it's like, but also something else came out when she broke the curse, and oh no, what are they gonna do? And we're happy, and her adoptive family is keeping secrets from her, and it's a little suspicious, and so is her boss at the newspaper is also being really suspicious. In the end, one, what the fuck was that ending? Two, their whole entire banter, basically all of Petra's character, is very dry. All the complaints I saw was that, like, her character is kind of not fun to read. Her comedy is not comedy. It's so dry. At least he's fun to read. Okay, I don't understand how this man fell in love with her. He's all like, she's feisty and I love myself some feisty woman. I'm like, huh? Okay. And all this stuff. Also, and this is where we get into the fun part. As far as I could tell, JT Jessinger, not from New Orleans, is a white woman. Felt a little icky the way that New Orleans and different type of magic is usually of people of color in New Orleans is talked about by Petra, who is also a white woman. The way she talks about magic and all this stuff feels icky. And then when yeah, you know, if you want to put it down, it feels a little like, huh? Why are you, like, why are you talking about magic this way? Why are the words you use like this? There's, like, the witch they have to go to get some answers from. Presumably a woman of color. She keeps on mispronouncing her name. A very easy name. I don't, like, it's a little, like, using somebody else's culture, and then making fun of it at the same time is what it's giving. That's what it is. So that one's also 2 stars. And I'm gonna go because I just saw the headlights of my brother coming into the driveway. I'm gonna go read Space Vampire by Ruby Dixon, aka Blue Alien, Barbarian. Ice Barbarian. Aliens? I don't remember the name of that series. But that author. At least maybe it'll be interesting. And then we get the Kitty Robber. I'm very excited about that one. Okay. Oh, I call this look. I just washed my face, because why not? While I was listening to the audiobook, we are here to talk about stats. I am wearing 2 hoodies, and I just realized you can see the string. I forgot to grab I made a Shirley Temple for celebration. It's in the fridge. I'll grab it before we do the stats. I also made a mini cheesecake. I also made marinara sauce for the first time. Why not? You know, just why not? Because a girl did it. She read 31 books in 30 days. I would, like, you know, people were like, hey, did you do it? I was like, yeah, but, like, I woke up feeling like crap. So the last 5 books are all under 100 pages. And I went, so you read 5 books. We love that. We love having supportive friends. The average rating of this series, technically, when you do the math, is a 3. It's, like, 0.3 lower than the Christmas novella ones. But, and hear me out, I liked 1.5 of those, right? I liked 3 of these, 3.5. If we're doing 3 stars is like a half liking it. Even that one, in this one, it, like, the 3-star was still an enjoyable read, because, like, me having to describe it to you in, like, 10 minutes is gonna be wild, right? It was an experience, and I read it. So, I gave it a 3.5. Nobody can stop me, okay? I think if I did Hot or Slayer, what's the Slayer one? What's this? Hot for Slayer, there we go. If I did that one 4.5, there's a good chance it would have been a 3.5 anyways. I just didn't. Also, I feel like Space Vampires could have been a 4. Now that I think about it. But I'm keeping it at the 3.5. We'll talk about it. I forgot to mention Spicy Little Curses is the only one that was by an author I hadn't read from before in this collection. Which is the first for me. Out of all these. Anyways, Space Vampires is the first one we have to talk about. I already said I rated it 3.5 stars. It was... Okay, so this is an issue I have with Ruby Dixon's books in general. In which there's just, like, things lore-wise happening in the background that makes you go, I'm sorry, what? And it's just never really touched on. The main female character, this proves my point that usually vampire romance is the vampire is the male counterpart, at least in straight ones. Anyways, she is a human. But humans are considered slaves, and she is a pet to this alien. The aliens are blue. There's also a part later on when they meet other aliens, and they're on an ice planet that doesn't really have much sun. And I went, I'm sorry, is this connected to Ice Planet Barbarians? Also, I'm not 100% sure on this, actually, but I should check it. It may be my highest rated Ruby Dixon. Because I did read the first 3 Ice Planet Barbarians. So that's funny. Yeah, the first one was 2.5. That sounds about right. I don't know why I rated the second one and third. That one should have been a 2. No, okay, I rated the same as I rated the third one. That makes sense. It was a 4 the whole time, and then the weird thing with infertility. Suddenly, her infertility is fixed. Magically. And so they can even be an even better couple. And I was like, in that one. So, yeah, I rated the same as that one. Anyways, so she is, a slave to the aliens, and treated like a pet. And there's, like, also stuff where, like, she can't eat except for a very small amount because he likes her to be tiny and dainty and barefoot. She is very much the type of person. One, she's intelligent. They don't expect that because she's a human. She's intelligent, but also, when the masters who could hurt her aren't around, she speaks her mind, let me tell you. Anyways, one of their test subjects escaped. And so they all ran away without her. Escaped without her. There's one escape pod left, but it's kind of broken. And so she is trying to just, like, survive on the space station by herself. When the monster that escaped, the test subject that escaped, finds her. And they become friends. There is a thing where he has, iron deficiency. And I assume fluorescent lights are the issue. And sunlight hurt him. Yeah, imagine if an Ice Planet Barbarian had to drink blood to survive and couldn't stand in the sun. He's a vampire. He's essentially a vampire. That's the thing. Hence the title. And she's like, and he's out of, like, blood. That was another thing. They were, like, essentially starving him. Their whole thing was, like, making clones, to sell into, like, war games and stuff like that. Right? And so he was already made to be super strong. And then they made him even stronger. And because of that, he accidentally got iron deficiency and unable to be in sunlight, right? And then they didn't feed him blood. They kept on giving him nutrients through, I assume, an IV or something. But it wasn't enough. And so after, like, who knows how long of that, he just went, I'm just gonna drink all the blood here. Also, I was like, they gave him super healing. And they'd act surprised when they try to shock him into doing what they want. It doesn't work. Because he's like, yeah, it hurt for like 5 seconds, but what does it matter? Anyways, he scares them all. He does get one of their fingers, which is important for later. All this stuff. And so essentially it's her helping him around the station. Because one, he can't walk around until she sets the lights to be proper lighting for him. and him like breaking into areas for her because all the doors don't open for her because she is a slave, so she's not considered a person, so she doesn't have identity to get through the identity doors. Which is why the finger's important, because with that she is able to get through some of them, but he also like breaks her into the cafeteria and whatnot. Eventually, pretty quickly, very quickly, she's all like, well, if there's an issue of blood, you can feed on me as long as you don't like take too much. And so then he does, and it becomes very sexual very fast. While it becomes a thing for like the 4 weeks that they're waiting for the escape pod to fix. It's just a constant cycle of him feeding on her, and while he feeds on her, he helps her rub one out. Let's go with that. Yeah. And so it's like this whole thing, and then because of his blood issues, he can't, in the escape pod, he won't be able to go into cryo chamber, which means she can't go into cryo chamber in the 4 months it takes them to get to the other planet. And so they're like trying to figure out the best setup to have enough nutrients for her so that she can properly feed him, but also because he's like, I don't want you to like not have enough nutrients, what the hell. He very quickly was all like, I kind of want to protect her. It was a little hot at points, okay, like, you know, anyways, yeah, so there's that. Also, this, like, whole 4 weeks, they're doing essentially everything except going full penetration. So, when it gets to the point where they're about to leave, she's like, hey, let's test out in the ship. Because if I have to be 4 months, like, this much space in between you, I'm basically sitting in your lap, and we can't, especially as you're feeding on me, I don't know if I'll be able to survive. So they do test it. Man gets on his knees. I'm gonna say this now. Out of all the sex scenes in all of these, this one was the best one. I'll give Ruby that. So he does that. Then they go to Pound Town, and then oh no, the scientists are coming back. They're on their way back, so they gotta get out of there. And they do get out of there, and they're living their lives together happily ever after. 3.5 stars, dude. It was. I don't know. It was a wild time. My only wish is that there was more of it. Hilariously, this is exactly the middle road of them, because there's some in the like mid to low 90 pages. The Allie Hazelwood was 94 as the longest. And then there's some in the low 50s, and this one was 77, right? Pages. So I think if it was closer to the length of the Allie Hazelwood one, I actually would have rated it 4 stars as well. Like, I would have had a great time. I was already having a great time. And I definitely wasn't bored while listening to it. Let me tell you. I was, like, walking my dog while I was listening to it and laughing my ass off. Great time. Then I read the Katie Robert one, which is Beautiful Nightmare, 3.5 stars. That one is the sleep paralysis demon one. Except the sleep paralysis demon is a woman, kind of. So, like, she has, for lack of a better word, as far as I could tell, she preferred she pronouns. Because that's the thing. Demons can, like, change forms, which includes gender and gender identity and all that stuff at any point. Anyways, she works as a sleep paralysis demon, and she's been in training for a long time, but she's really bad at it. And it's her, like, first time doing it on her own. Her human is Caleb. Except Caleb kind of is a little too into it. And when she's supposed to be scaring him, he's getting off. And then she feeds off that, which freaks her out because she's never liked the taste of fear. But she does like the taste of arousal. And so she's like freaking out. And then, or eventually she comes back. Because she's got it, because she needs it to survive. And she explains the whole situation to him. And he's all like, yeah, I mean, you're a demon and all, but, like, life's scary enough. Also, I would like to note, he is a middle-aged man. He is a middle-aged pediatrician who's been doing it for decades. Because he's seen patients grow up. So, yeah. He's, like, at least in his mid-40s. Right? Anyways, so that's a whole thing. So Katie Robert of this book, that there's this whole point when they're about to do the deed, officially for the first time, And he's like really making sure, one, age of consent, but also consent. He's like, I don't know 8 demon years, but also like, he's like, I know you need to feed off of me on some kind of emotion, but we don't have to do this. Like, we can figure something out. There, and then also, STs and pregnancy and that conversation also as well. So Katie Robert, that is a Katie Robert thing. If you read enough Katie Roberts like me, I've had so many. Anyways, so the funniest part about this is, I guess Ruby Dixon has also written paranormal romance because the Ice Planet Barbarians, but other than them, no, Kimberly Lemming also has done paranormal romance. I think, and Anthony's, okay, never mind, I'm a liar. Maybe Christina Lauren, and as far as I know, just JT Jessinger is the only ones who haven't done paranormal romance before, because I don't know. Where was I? I was talking about something to do with, oh yeah, she comes back, he's all like, hey, yeah, I'm down to bang-a-lang, but I would also like to talk to you. And so they talk, but like all night long, essentially. They do the deed. Fun fact, Caleb, the human, I'm pretty sure is either bi or pan. We love representation. I love being represented in a middle-aged white. Anyways, yeah, no, so they're doing the deed, but then they're caught by her mentor, and the mentor's all like, I gotta disperse you, send you away, where no demon will come back. And she goes through, and she's actually at heaven now. Hi. Yeah, demons and angels essentially living. Except demons only feed on very basic emotions. Angels feed on a lot more emotions that are like very time consuming to cultivate, right? And you can also like go out and you have to have more of a humanoid form anyways. Like, she can't have pink skin if she goes out in public type thing. But she can keep her pink hair and all this stuff. And you only have a couple humans, like 3 max. But she'll only start with 1. She'll keep Caleb. Because, on top of the arousal, there was also, like, infatuation and all this other stuff. And, which is, like, rare to get really fast. And it turns out she's been a bad demon this whole time. But she's been a really good angel this whole time. So she's an angel and they're together now. I think they're a couple. I don't know. Yeah, and there's, like, this whole background thing where, like, she's always had anxiety because she's always been a horrible demon and she feels horrible about that. She's very self-conscious about it, and he helps her feel safe about that. Meanwhile, he has, like, anxiety about life in general. He's like, I mean, yeah, I guess you could, like, scare me, but life's scary enough, and also, my actual nightmares are pretty scary, so I'd rather be awake with you and turned on. I love being represented by a middle-aged white man. Caleb is so mean. Anyways, 3.5 stars as well. It was good. It was Katie Robert. What do I expect? And then my boyfriends are all monsters. I can't wait to tell you about this one. This is 3-star, obviously. What do we even say about this? So, I don't remember names. She is on a hike with her boyfriend and her boyfriend's female best friend. And she ends up falling down a little bit of a cliff. And the girlfriend starts being or the female friend is all like, we should just leave her there. And he's like, goes to her and he's like, yeah, we're just gonna leave here. So I got so pissed so fast. It took me out for so long because of this whole section. And that's why I went to wash my face to force myself to listen to it. Because I couldn't pause it. Yeah, no, basically, I think his name was, like, Nick. He was a horrible boyfriend who was all like, yeah, why don't you fix your attitude while you're at it? Like, get over yourself, and blah, blah, blah. And so, on her way out of the forest, on the hiking trail, she makes a wish in a wishing well randomly in the middle of the woods. That is owned by a god, kind of, who has been watching this whole thing. Because she did also hurt herself during this, and she is bleeding during this fall, and he was, like, looking up her blood, because he owns this part of the woods, and whatever. and she makes a wish to have like an actual man who treats her well in her life. Girl, same. And so then, yeah, he can like grant wishes, and so he's all like, "Yeah, I'm gonna grant her wish. She's my priestess." He calls her priestess. That's his code name for her. There's a fake avalanche he causes. And then he becomes a whole entire town. He becomes a whole entire town trying to seduce her into staying to this town. Just because like how nice this town is. And it has like 3 different sweet shops, and everybody's super hot. Based off of like magazines and all this stuff. And it also kind of like becomes this whole thing where like she complains on her phone that like nobody's around, and then all of a sudden the whole entire town is filled with people. It's so funny. And then like it's pretty, for the most part, normal. She's just talking to her friends about this whole weird situation when she was picking a flower, and she one of her friends is like, "That's a hemlock," and she's like, "Oh yeah, hemlock," and apparently that's his name. That he forgot that was his name, so then he freaks out, and he's all like imagine like 100 people outside turn to you and say it again, and are yelling at you as like 2 men run into your room and also say it again. So obviously she's freaking out, and he has to explain what he is, kind of. And he didn't have any form, and she's like, can you go into like one body? So he goes into the most attractive version to her, and causes wings, because he's like, it's hard to be in such a small body, he says, as he's a very large man. And so she's all like, okay, and he explains about the wish, and that he wants to give her anything she desires. He will give her the whole town. He will make the town into anything she wants. Which means she does own free real estate. She has real estate for free for being in this room. God, what a dream relationship. Anyways, so this happens, and she's all like, what forms can you take? And he essentially becomes like a Kraken from a Kraken romance. And she's all like, oh, okay, okay. And he's all like, do you have any ideas? And she's like, oh yeah, and then pulls out her Kindle, and she's like, I can think of ideas. Like typical paranormal romance, type smutty things. And so then he also becomes, this is the part where it gets really funny, he becomes a vampire and also a demon as well. So technically, she is a reverse harem with her and 3 guys at once. Smutty scene. This is the part I was listening to as I was washing my face, by the way. Iconic. So she's having coupling, for lack of another word, with a vampire, a demon, and a Kraken. Except all 3 of them are also the same guy, just in 3 separate bodies. Kimberly? What? If anything, this just reminded me I need to continue that Kimberly series. I have been reading for a while anyways. So, that's fun. And that's that book. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna go get my Shirley Temple, and I'll be right back. We are back. We got Shirley Temple and upside down cheesecake. Let me explain. I made a test version earlier, and there was issues of the like cream cheese in it not blending in properly, and so I was like, it's fine, but like it's not good because it's not mixed well. Then I remembered I have an immersion blender. You fucking dumbass. So I got that out for this one, which is the official one for the celebration. Which I did like twice the size of the other one, and it does look much better. It tasted better. The issue is that I don't know why the graham cracker crumb bottom, when I took it out, it just fell apart, and only half of it came out. Which is also the problem with the first one, I thought, because I didn't put enough butter in the first time, but it's still happening. I don't know why. So it's just upside down, and I kind of just smushed it all on there. Anyway, Shirley Temple. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I would like to know, I did have to open a new thing of grenadine. I would like to thank my mother for getting me anything grenadine to me a miniature one to make sure I don't purely drink Shirley Temples for 16 years. Fine. I get it. Anyways, we're going to talk about stats. I need monthly stats on this page. And I'm going to be switching between Storygraph and also my personal tracker because, like, they don't have the proper audiobook hours. I just looked at how many audiobook hours. Oh! Okay. I read 31 books. Most read genre is paranormal romance. One, I did just read 6 of them today. But also the 2 JR awards. So yeah, that makes sense. It was for a grand total of 8,128 pages, which is just about double of last month. The number of hours is where we're gonna get really exciting. I want to see. I do have. That's 98. Okay, I do have in June 123, April 104. Okay, so we have. I think February before this was my highest for hours at 154. Would make sense because that is the month I think I read 28, 29 books, like something like that. So that makes sense. I read 235 and a half hours of audiobook. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Other than the manga and the Karen Hawkins, the what is the name of that book? The Prince Who Loved Me. I think maybe All by Myself as well. And Soft on Soft. Okay, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books and 2 manga. The rest, or 3 manga. The rest were all either dual reading or audiobook as well. And some of those were like over 25 hours. Most of them were over 20 hours. Okay? So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So yeah. My average pages per day. Okay, so this is where we get interesting. Because, and hear me out. For my Storygraph pages goal, I think in order to stay at the rate that I was, or stay at where I was steadily and not get up and down any, I would have to read 183 pages a day. I read on average 271. Not my voice dying. And of course the average page count is pretty close, which is 290. Which is not that bad. Okay, I know there were a bunch of books I read that were over 500 pages. Which sometimes I read like 1 or 2 a month. I read like maybe over a quarter, maybe less than over a quarter now. This month was over 500 pages. But also I just read a bunch of books that were like under 100 pages today alone. Okay, so we'll deal with that. For the challenging, I remember being like 4,000 pages behind it. Now I'm only 2,300. So we're very proud of that. Also, for challenges, we only need to read 1 more classic, which is also on my 25 in 2025. I only need to read 6 more nonfiction. And I have, I think, 2 or 3 downloaded already on Libby right now. The buzzword, both versions of them, I did poorly at. I figured out what books to do for them, and then didn't do them. We love that for me. We are now over halfway through with the 25 and 2025. I've read almost 200 pages total already this year. We love that for me. So that's those information stats. Star rating breakdown was a 3.37 for the average rating. Ow, that hurts. I did have 2 5 stars, which is a miracle for me. I gotta figure out which one to be my favorite. Maybe I have to be an anti-racist because I did love Oathbound, but Oathbound I didn't like as much as the rest of this series. I think it's gonna be how to be an anti-racist because Oathbound did take me a bit to get into, right? First, apparently there were only 7 books that I read that weren't audiobook at all. I forgot I have that as a stat. Why did I do all that counting? I started 4 series, but I also completed 4 and caught up with 2. So actually, I'm a net negative technically for series, but positive for me. Positive for me. What's the other one to do? There's Oathbound. What's the other one? I feel like I'm going crazy. What's the other one? Oh, Onyx Storm. I'm a dumbass. Ah, that makes so much sense. Fine. I'm so smart sometimes. Most of them were adult. Yeah, that makes sense. 21 were mixed media. They were audiobooks, 7 ebook. The 2 physical books I read were physical audio, so yeah. 11 from Kindle Unlimited. I'm actually very proud. Remember when I said I wanted to catch up on arcs and I never did that? Not a single fucking one. I'm gonna have to do an own dedicated vlog for that. God damn it. 18 from Libby makes sense. Libby 100% controls my TBR. And then 2 that were earned, which was the 2 physical ones. We already talked about most read genre. I think other than the paranormal, because if we just delete 6, it was 2 before that. So if we delete those, the most read is contemporary romance. Are we sure about that? I feel like I read more historical romance. I feel like I'm more in historical romance mood. That's the right answer. Why did I read 3 fantasy? Who am I? You know what it is. You know what it is. The contemporary romances is because the rest of the holiday collection. That's why. Anyways, I didn't catch up on arcs. Boo. I did do really good for a series. Because I have now knocked down 2. A total. For comparison. Ratio. Something like that. Words. It's after 10 p.m. Let me live my life. Also, my ibuprofen wore off like 2 hours ago. And I'm just living life in pain right now. More pain. Other goals. I got more than halfway through my 25 and 25. A miracle on itself. My whiteboard feels very empty right now, and I love that for me. I honestly do. I really do. My overall TBR is down to 800 exactly. We also love that. Okay? Was other goals. I didn't finish any of the Buzzwordathon ones, but I did figure out what to do for those. So that's great. We love that. What were the other goals? Oh, I wanted to read both the classics I had left. I did read one of them, and it was almost 800 pages. I'm fine. That is okay. That is good. I also wanted to make progress in the nonfiction. I did. I only have to read 2 a month for the next rest of the year, and I'm going to easily do that because I have at least 2. I can check right now. No, I can't. I closed Libby. Never mind. I have at least 2. I can think of 2 right now, and one of them is pretty short. So, like, that's going to be fucking easy, my dude. And I think the other goal was just to do my pages, which I did get it down. I kept on pace, plus 2,000 more than that, which is spectacular. Thank you very much. I just gotta do this again. I'm kidding, I'm not doing this again. Kill me. Why did I get sick multiple times? Why is every weekend I feel like I had a migraine? What is with me? So many things is what with me. Anyways, that's this. I don't know why you're still here, if you are watching this, because honestly, if this is not much shorter than the one where I read for 10% of the 25 books or whatever, of Simon Teen last December, I will be surprised. That one was like 3 hours. I will not be surprised if this is around that length. I don't know how to shut the fuck up. It's a mindless story. If you're still here, the day this goes up which is in like 4 days for me. Save me. I have not started editing yet. I have my Twitch stream affiliate anniversary. We're gonna have fun times. There's gonna be games, there's gonna be books, there's gonna be so many fun times. So if you want to check it out, it's gonna be 24 hours. That's another. I did contemplate doing 24 hours in the middle of this to help, but post sickness. But I was like, I have like in like 8 days, I gotta do 24 hours again. I'm not. No, I can't survive doing it twice in like a week period. So that's gonna be a fun time. Come hang out. I'll probably cook something on stream too. So there's that. Me, Twitch, all the time. I'm streaming almost every day, if you couldn't tell. I talked about streaming a lot here. Usually when I'm sitting here, I am streaming. I didn't stream today, but normally I was. Let's be real. Most days I was. And other things. Mondays are shorts. I didn't do any of them this month. I meant to do another one, but I didn't. Wednesdays are usually gaming videos. They were for this one month. And Fridays are these type of videos, booktube videos. Whether those being read with me's or vlogs like this. Next vlog, I know what it's gonna be because I only have one book left. It's fucking easy to know what it is because I've been working on it for months now. Fight me. Technically, I did take a month-long break, so it's fine. It's fine. And that's a me taste test sci-fi vlog. So, if you like my taste test vlogs, there's another one of those coming up next. We love that. And then who knows after that? I have so many books I want to read and need to read and all this stuff. And my brain is a mush now. I am a mush brain because I read 31 books in 30 days. And that's that. That's everything. I'm gonna go eat my cheesecake and watch deep dive YouTube videos at 10 p.m. because I am an adult. As I drink my Shirley Temple. I am a lady. I'm a classy lady.